Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
What up, what up? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Make sure this microphone is on. We are live, we are back. Yo, welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. I am your host, Lord Son, a.k.a. Killah Priest. And controlling the rocket is none other than AD, A Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome
up?
back.
What's
Wednesday.
up?
It's about to be on.
Yo, you already set me up for this. What's going to happen? Oh, guess who's back? Kepera's back.
Man, Kepera the Great, a.k.a. Nafar Nephilim, searching for estrogen.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo. So, we're going to get into that, man. We're going to get into that. Right now, there's a you know when they say an elephant is in the room? There's God in the room right now. You know what I mean? There's a God in the room right now.
Supreme knowledge.
Yeah.
Wisdom and understanding.
Yeah, and we got to chop it up just a little bit, and I could tell, and for what AD told me, it's going to be crazy. And shout out to my man Ben, you know what I'm saying? So I know it's going to be crazy. We got Majestic Marv in the building.
What's up, what's up? Thank y'all for having me.
Yes. We also have AA Rashid coming through, too. So it should be a good build today. So let's just get right into this, man. Oh, let me shout out to Coach Kadaka, to all the moderators. Coach Kadaka and Sandro in the building. Shout out to the chat room, the Rocketeers, and the Craftsmen in the building. I see you, John Torres. Said peace to the God. Okay, Joseph Rikers, he said, are you scared to talk flat earth?
Man, I had a crazy build with Santana. He tried to flat earth me when I went out there. We were good on that, though.
Yeah, did he try to? Oh, he tried to hypnotize you?
He tried to flat earth me when I went out there.
I don't know where we at. All right, so Mars,
What's up?
Majestic. Let us know your genesis, man. What's the origin? What started you on your journey?
Okay, so I was born in Queens, New York.
Ooh,
Queens in the building.
That's right. I was born to Haitian immigrants.
hey,
Shout out to Haiti, praise to Haiti, of course.
Yeah.
Especially with what's going on.
Okay.
Oh, man, we got to build on that, too.
Yeah, we definitely will. I'll definitely share
we
some
got
thought. And just long story short, I've been a student of observation for a long time since I was born. Really, I was born an only child at the time, and to a single mother and typical narrative from the streets. But what that afforded me was the ability to make an observation of my reality, and through time, when I had a real big desire to kind of have like a spiritual awakening, I say I was around, 18, 19. I started heading out to Harlem and Apollo. They used to have like these workshops and whatnot, and also down out in Brooklyn. And it was the first time that I received such information that I didn't really get from the public school system. And at that moment in time, I felt very betrayed internally and had this type of awakening when I wanted to have a sense of knowing myself. So at that time, I attracted a master teacher of the science of cosmophysics, which is a form of astrology that adds all the elements of different derivatives of astrology towards the physical reality, practical reality. Why I'm here today, one of the reasons is I want to be able to demystify the science of astrology, and also be able to empower people with a different viewpoint and perspective that they can utilize this science for their own benefit, and I want to be able to kind of illustrate what those benefits are.
Wow, man, that's a lot of stuff right there, man. So what's the problem with astrology and demystifying it? Where does it fit in the ancient world and today's world into society, period?
That's a good question. So just to give you guys some background, I was always fascinated at looking at the stars because I'm like, there's these objects out there that no one really pays attention to in modern day. It's like, there's this big sun in the sky or moon in the sky, and there's these stars, whatever. But I never really was a believer of astrology until I realized it was a science. Here's how I can let you know how it runs your life right now. Astrology is not a religion. A lot of people, that's the first thing that people kind of confuse astrology with. They feel that you have to believe in it. It's the science of observation. Over time, since the beginning of time, for any conscious being that wants to observe the environment, and that includes, nature itself, they adapt to the environment and they kind of record these type of patterns and understand the sequence of time. Just like the birds that are able to sense the redistribution of energy and they migrate towards the south, they're following a system that is relating towards some cosmic biorhythm. So, those are just one of the points that I have there. And also, one thing I like to let people know is you go to work or, you have the days of the week. You got Monday through Sunday, right? Monday, if, let me say it in Spanish, and Monday is, lunes or luna or the moon, right? You got Tuesday or martes or Mars. You have miércoles or Mercury or Wednesday. You have Thursday or Thursday or Jueves, these are all derivatives of these planetary planets that we're using and saying in a different way. We call it Friday, Frida, or Viernes in Spanish, which is Venus. We got Saturn Day or Saturday, and then we got the glorious Sunday. So every single day of the week,
The glorious Sunday.
we are still subject to this cycle. For some reason, everyone agrees with this.
Yeah, we're always on that cycle, that 7-day cycle.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're always on that 7-day cycle. Despite religion, everyone in this world agrees to that type of ideology because there's the sovereignty of understanding, like you can't get out of this perfection, this design, but you can observe it. So one of the things I like to do is make people observe their own lives and recognize cycles. And one of the best ones is, if I can keep kicking it.
Yeah, but by all means.
So what astrology is a vast network of information, and we get to absorb and pick it out. But before everyone came on this planet, we were in our mother's womb. We were essentially encased in water. We didn't have, our breathing mechanism wasn't the same. So when our mother gave birth to us, our first breath is the foundational breath that we're breathing from. And how the energy or the environment or the frequency that occurred during that moment of that first breath is that starting point for you, that first impression of life. And one thing I like to bring up is, in the Bible, we say God has given us a spirit to live, in Latin, the word spirit means spire, right? Or breath. So in reality, our first breath, that's the only agreement we really have, is you have no choice but to breathe. You could choose your other options, but we're breathing from that same origination point. So astrology is pretty much looking at your time and your birth time, your place of birth, and knowing what the stars were aligned during that day. And based on all good.
That was the first one. Go ahead.
So based on how the stars were arranged during that moment of your first breath, that's your signature point of how you behave. Now, let me explain. Every single planet has a rulership of energy over you. This is why not every Leo is the same, or every Virgo is the same, or every Gemini is the same, because in common media they kind of bubblegum it, you know, especially with these astrology columns. They only focus on the sun sign. So the sun sign is really saying, hey, the sun was exactly in this constellation in this degree when you had your first breath. But what they don't elaborate on is, where was the moon that day?
That's true. Man.
Where was Mars that day? Where was Venus that day? And you will ask, why is that relevant? Well, we're using the sun, right? That's, you know, how are the other energies impacting us? Because the moon, it affects the tides, the natural waters, and it can pull even the ocean, right? We're made up of, you know, 70-80% water. You don't think it's impacting us as well? You know, so dependent on the moon phases, we can kind of see that there's clearly a relationship between these planetary bodies and life. So over time, from the beginning of these ancient civilizations till now, every group and community has created that form of observation, their own style of observation, but they all pretty much notice a similar pattern. So the moon takes about 29 days to go around the zodiac. And one thing I like to tell people is, hey, just know what sign the moon is in today, and you'll start noticing a pattern 29 days from now, and you'll start recognizing that there's certain themes that you still have to address. This is why some days we feel excited or more energetic. Where does that come from? We can't keep that level and sustain it. Even it's against our will. Even if we want to feel the best, we can't, because there's certain days that are really orchestrated for you to address certain areas in your life that your soul needs. So one thing I like to bring up is, once you have your birth chart, you'll be able to know what soul work you can kind of address in yourself, and you'll know some superpowers that you have, and you realize the blessings that you have that the divine has given us. And you also understand why things happen, why people are in our lives. So yeah, that's that.
Oh wow, that was crazy, man. One thing you said I wanted to talk to you about it is you referenced to Latin and Greek, the names of it. Can you find it further than that? Because they were kind of new when the Greeks came in, they were kind of new compared to Kemet, Sumer, and stuff like that. What did they practice this also? And if so, where? That's
a good question, because I had to wrap my mind around that myself. You know, a lot of people, that was a question I had, but it's until I really started seeing the obvious reality, that's what really confirmed it for me, where I realized that every single epoch or era of time, there was a different name for the same similar energies. Sometimes they composited because they had a different mastery with the energy. They were able to embody all of them and then say, this is representative of Tahuti. Tahuti is the nectar of wisdom and mathematics. And really, astrology is the science of math. It's really observing and measuring your reality. So I think, you know, for as long as people were looking and measuring their reality, that's really the science that, you know, today we call astrology. And I go back to ancient Kemet, and there's one thing I like to put in is, you know, they talk about the 7 principles of Tahuti, and how he was in the halls of Amenti. And it's until I started reading that narrative, I realized that his progression of ascending towards his heights, he broke the system. He met these big entities that, if you read the story, they align exactly to Saturn, for example, the gatekeeper that was blockading and saying, I'm the controller of time. These are the same narratives that we're using, that, you know, the Greeks or the Romans, they took the language and hid our origination. So, you know, but it's still within our ancestral lineage. Even for me, I'll be honest, this subject picked up, you know, I picked the subject relatively quickly. And I knew there was some part of my ancient lineage that kind of celebrated this, you know. know, so I tell people, you know, as time goes by, people are going to change the story and the narrative as culture goes on. But if it's consistent, they'll be describing and just changing the name of the same things. Because what's a name? You know, people say my name means, you know, one who lives by the sea, or best friend, or, you know, warrior, and all these type of things. Who defined that? And no one ever really asked, like, who originated your meaning of your name? You know,
Man does.
man does. So then what does that tell you? How does manifestation work? In reality, it's the word. This is what I kind of bring up to people. We associate and create the god or the demigod based on a collective agreement of what that is.
So we all linked.
We all linked.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what it is. It's like the story that is sold the most is the story that's going to become a reality, you know? So the more people hear that story, they feel that, okay, this is what's going to happen next. But they're really just, the most expensive thing to pay is not money, it's attention, you know? So they want people to pay attention towards a certain ideology, and that bastardize, like, yo, there's some truth to this, but for some reason, you know, it don't connect to me culturally. And then you lose that touch. And it can discourage you from really entering, you know, something that is closely related to your ancestry. So, yeah.
Are you speaking about Christianity?
Yeah. You know, are you referring, like, you know, as well as, like, how Christianity impacted our lineage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, you know, this might be a little controversial, but, you know, when I went back to Haiti a few years ago, back in after the earthquake in 2010, I noticed a lot of, you know, images of Jesus, but, you know, he
In
had
the white version?
in the white version, in the European version, and throughout the time I see how, and I was seeing just regular workers just making new paintings all over the city, and then I realized that you're engineering people to just pay attention and deify things outside of themselves.
Fact.
Regardless of color or whatever it is, the action of it is pulling away your inner, your creative ability to really
And that's
see
all
that.
intentional too. Best believe that. That's intentional.
Correct.
You know, the people of Haiti, man, have always been a rebellious people. So, you know,
In a good way, right?
yeah, true indeed. True indeed, in a very, very good way. So, you know, when they going around putting up images like that, you know what I'm saying, it's like you got to remember how the Kemet of the empire of Kemet was, that we will put images up that will always remind the people of what we represented, what we loved, who was the king, and what we stood for. You know what I'm saying? That's like really the very first styles of graffiti before graffiti was even thought of, is that we always put our culture around the whole kingdom. So it wasn't an if and or maybe from anybody that come as a foreign person. So that's why they do that in Haiti, because it's a constant bombardment on the people there that know you supposed to be worshiping us. You know what I mean? To try to get the people to compromise so that when they do blast the president and, you know what I'm saying, kill it, they can come in and be like, no, remember, like, who your God is.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's
Correct.
detrimental. It's detrimental.
Correct. I definitely want to say something to what that is, and even touch on magic. You know, a lot of people say, you know, when we hear magic, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Some people think Walt Disney,
Disneyland and shit.
Disneyland and beams shooting through the airs and things like that. It's like when we think of Satan, we think of a big red entity with horns around him, right? But we've never seen that. So how do we identify what those things really are? And that's what, through astrology, is what led me to understand this. Magic is intentional, right? And in order for it to work, it needs emotions, right? Energy and motion, or the moon has rulership over emotions, over the feminine nature and things of that nature. But it fuels an outcome. So many of us in the world are doing magic unknowingly. And many of us are doing black magic unknowingly, or dark magic, or chaos, whatever you call it. Like,
I like this. It's getting heavy.
because it's gonna lead to family karma, karmic relationships and healing ancestral wounds because I've seen it.
First, before you, because you're going deep.
Yeah.
You go shoot over the people. Explain to the people what your idea of what magic is.
Okay. So magic is.
And we ain't talking about no hats, spiders on the hat.
Yeah, let him go.
Go ahead.
You have to go in. I want
magic, according to my perspective. And
that a shot right there. Go ahead.
I had to let one off. So we call it real magic.
Go ahead.
So it's a series of rituals that lead to a certain outcome, and those rituals.
Hey, hit the what's the name again? Say that again, man.
Hit the what's the name?
I got you. Go ahead.
Turn on rewind, yo.
I'm locked in now. I'm just viewing in. I'm gonna get back to my bomb and stuff like that. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue.
So it's a series of rituals that lead to a certain outcome. Now, what are those rituals, right?
Okay.
Even the word favorite, favor right. It's a right. It's what you do repeatedly. It's
Get one for that one.
That's even a
Favorite
ritual.
rights.
That's your form of magic. When you wake up in the morning, you're like, I gotta do this, this, and that, and then all of a sudden, this outcome happens. We do that, and sometimes our magic is off because it really comes and stems from this vehicle we're using right now, which is the word, right? So there is the words that we say and the language that we use frame the reality we're in. And what do I mean by that? Images. The ancients knew that an image can say 60,000 words, thousands of words, or plenty of words. It can convey an idea, and that idea goes into your third eye or your spiritual field where you're imagining an outcome. And then you can get into that reality or know the steps that lead you there. When you put imagery in front of a group of young people, let's say the children, they're susceptible because they haven't created the magic. Let me say the barriers that every being should. They teach you the ABCs. They teach you, that this is a square, this is a triangle, or this is the color red or blue, but they don't tell you the vibration of red or blue. They don't tell you why is it designed as a triangle, why is a 2 shaped like that, why is a 3 even shaped like that. They just tell you these are the words you're gonna use, and that's the Matrix catalog. That's the program, and
The hieroglyphs.
it's
They show you the numbers, the glyphs.
Yeah,
They
it's
take-
different glyphs. Yeah.
How to spell.
Correct.
So that you can cast spells.
correct. And that's a common thing. The spells that we use, the words that we use, and when we frame it into a sentence, and we put emotion behind it, it's like the ancient Cometians. One word means multiple things depending on the tone.
Your
It's
intent.
like your intent. So nowadays we do it in a mild version, like, yo, what's up? What up? What's up? It's the different tone, same words, but then it creates a different reality of response. So in today's age, everyone is just saying a whole bunch of spells unknowingly to their everyone around them, their friends, their partners, their neighbors, and not really careful with the impact that goes back and forth.
Noriega.
And it creates dissonance,
Right.
and it has to be addressed.
Wow.
Now it's a reality. It's you pulling in gravity. That's what conflict, or we're all planets and we're just going through each other's orbits for a specific time.
And we've heard this before when we heard the phrase "word is bond,"
Correct.
because it's literally bond. So when you
Bond,
say
yeah.
"word is bond," word is magic, because magic, from my definition, would be magic is the art of language.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I'm not gonna go too deep, but like so many spells are in Latin because Latin itself is so powerful. When you see like a magic trick happening, they're speaking Latin when they're doing their spells. You know what I mean? Because it's so magical, that language itself. But go ahead.
Yeah, and
Spelling bees.
and
Spelling tongues.
Ooh.
and this is why certain people, like for example, people who speak Hebrew or the language that they kind of associate, or bastardizations of the fire languages or the fire tongues or the Phoenician tongues, those are the ones, for some reason, you know, we're all made out of tones and energy. We're vibration. We talk about vibe, right? So
I said, just not to cut you because you're flowing. I said before that we have skin tones, so that's even a tone.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Correct. And this, talking about the skin is ruled by the planet Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, or the largest, and rules the largest organ in the body. Which is,
he's locked in.
You know,
he's locked in. Okay. All right.
Well, and this is why Jupiter rules foreign people, because whenever you see someone's, the first thing you see is where they come from. You know, and you expand when you actually interchange with different cultures. Now, what is a culture? I kind of want to bring it there and bring it back to the whole magic thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
A culture is those are the agreements and the words and tenets that that group of people have gathered and created that civilization, right? That group. So there's a lot of identity politics going on today. A lot of people are away from source. They're dividing. Conquer, divide, conquer, divide, conquer. We're creating so many subsets that we're not realizing that we all really can be sovereign and break the mold, right? So whenever you create a group is also ruled by the planet Uranus, which is the collective, which is the age we're in. You know, they say it's the age of Aquarius. What does that mean? It's why even the subject of astrology is going to have a level of dominion, because people are now going to start observing the phenomena that happen around them, and it's the age of dissemination of information and also unpredictability. There's a lot of unpredictable things happening because of the spells of yesterday. That's what karma, or what people call generational curses, right? Before we were born, we came from our mother and father, the divine masculine and feminine principles in our lives. And for some reason, when we captured their first breath, our relationship with them, we still carry their genetic information.
Well, yeah, still now.
We still carry it. We still carry their impulses until we address them. And that's what understanding astrology teaches you is, how do I heal this generational curse? You're either going to repeat it because there's this default mode that everyone's on. You know, if you don't know thyself, you're like, you don't understand why you keep doing what you do until you realize, like, damn, this is like clockwork. How do I evolve this impulse? And what I say is, for example, if you have a lunar return, meaning that's when your moon in your chart returns back to the position that the moon was when you were born, right? Normally, these are the times you get extremely emotional and very sensitive to the energies around you, and you will feel emotional and even cry. Everyone has that cycle, no matter what. And when I say that, when you realize what happens, start understanding why you're crying. And it will start, or why you're pain, or why you're emotionally tugged, because it's energy in motion. Moon rules tears, right? It's the natural waters. It's tugging at us and is bringing attention to reflect on something that we have hidden. And the moon also rules family. Most of the genetic information is also stored in the emotional body. We keep thinking it's only physical. There's this emotional adoption we had. And it's until you even know your moon placement, you're able to say, okay, cool. If these are the issues that I have in my family, just by changing your emotional atmosphere, you just change your whole future. And you notice it like clockwork. So those are some applicable ways.
Man, I see, man, I'm going right into what you're saying. Yeah, that was heavy right there, man. So allowing things to happen that we don't even know about, like the observing of the universe, the stars, and that's a lot of times myself and people I know, we struggle with that. Just allowing things just to happen, and allowing tears just to flow from our emotional body,
correct,
and things like that. So now that we have this connection, and observing where it comes from, so we should be. How do we learn that?
Okay, so astrology is just a tool. Once you understand it, you don't necessarily have to be religious and looking what the weather is. Because that's another thing. Everyone uses astrology. The moment you decide to look for a forecast and see, you know, what the weather is going to be 4 days from now, they're using the same principle. They're using planetary bodies of information to tell you that it's going to be a certain degree that day. So it's called forecasting. You're predicting the future. But astrology is just an observation of energies past, present, and future. Eventually, you'll develop an understanding of what the energy is intuitively, and you'll realize, like, hey, this is a challenging moment that I feel very emotional on, right? If you suppress your emotions, you know, and this is one thing I tell people, what is the biggest killer in the female community?
I'm right here. I'm listening.
Today?
What is the biggest killer in the female community?
Yeah.
Is it cancer?
Cancer.
Yeah.
Cancer happens to be a big issue in our times, right?
Yeah.
Cancer is also the name of a constellation.
True indeed.
For some reason, we call the biggest killer, and we align the same name with a constellation. Why is that?
I always thought about that too. That's crazy.
So if you do your research, you realize that if you study what Cancer, you know, the constellation or the rulership of it is astrologically, it's ruled by the moon. The moon rules emotions. It rules family. It rules your relationship with the divine feminine principle inside of you. It rules your moods. It rules your stomach, your eyeballs, your tears. And these are the things that, so this planetary body impacts you that way. So when someone has cancer, right, what it really basically from an astrological perspective is saying that that person has stored emotions that were unaddressed, that have compiled in their internal waters.
And
now I'm gonna go,
it.
and it's manifest. So I'm gonna talk about water now.
Wow.
So the water in our bodies, which is there, water is able to accept tone, right? Water is able to adjust depending on the words and frequencies. We even, you know, we've done many tests where, you know, you put a name, a positive affirmation on a bottle of water. The water molecules kind of showed, you know, a more impactful, illustrious outcome, right? And if you put something that was negative, the molecule was disrupted or destroyed, right? So a person who stores a lot of negative emotions is storing and storing and storing over the years, not addressing or even not having the ability to express or even cry. This is why there's a big issue with, you know, even the divine feminine principle, because people don't have a good relationship with their feelings or emotions. We're taught to hold it and not have a community space in order to, you know, share these things. This is why women normally are able to vent easier when it comes to emotions, right? Because it's their natural planetary influence. But men also have emotions too. Our mothers have been a genetic imprint. Our relationship with our mother has created the genetic imprint of how we even relate to society at large as a community. So cancer, I feel, can be solved because you never hear any person who was pessimistic survive cancer. You know, it's always someone who's hopeful and says, you know what, I'm going to appreciate the days that I have and I'm going to conquer this. They have to really let go of something. And that goes to the principle of sacrifice.
True indeed.
You know, and going back to magic, this is where I tie it in. A lot of times we hear, people sacrificing people in order to create an outcome and all of that. I started thinking about it, even biblically, when you think of Cain and Abel, you know, there was a sacrifice that had to be made. It had to be worthy to the Most High. And one was made of fruits and vegetables. The other one was flesh and blood, right? The principle of sacrifice is necessary for magic to work. But it doesn't have to be a being. It can be your pride. It can be your ego. It could be like, you know what?
Comfort.
It can be comfort, finally letting go of your anxiety, that's hard. It's like, yo, you can sacrifice that. And that's really a blessing, but many times we want to project it on someone else. Now it creates a loop and a cycle when we become an agent.
Yeah.
You know,
The gods used to tell me all the time, this one of my Aelites, he used to tell me all the time, he used to say, sacrifice creates better living. You know what I'm saying? And that really stuck with me on anything that I was trying to accomplish. I knew that in order for me to accomplish it, it was going to take some form of sacrifice.
Rashid, what up?
Whether it be comfort,
It's gonna be
whether
on.
it be, you know what I'm
Lord.
saying, you know, money,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying, a material object, you know what I'm saying? You had to give up something in order to gain. And that's really, like you said, that's the laws and principles of the universe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Peace.
You cannot ascend if you haven't released, because literally, even in astrology, you realize like, you actually let me bring it out of astrology for a little. You guys ever dated somebody and you break up with them, but you meet someone similar, and for some reason you wondering why? Like, yo, there's some similar traits, right?
Yeah.
When you start observing that, you're still attracting the same vibration but a different octave, meaning you are your highest or lowest version of your signs. You could be the dark part of Scorpio, but the higher octave is powerful, like any sign, right? So this is why people normally have biases over signs. It's not that the sign is describing exactly who they are. The sign is really a composite of where they've manifested, and they get to choose the scale based on their own free will. Like you can choose to be the highest version of yourself or the lowest. And that's what magic is. Are you going to reinforce the reality with your word? And are you going to be able to kind of commit to the actions or inactions? Sometimes inaction is appropriate. This is why some days you may, your mind or your ego wants to go out and take a 4-mile run or do something that's, you know, very rigorous, but your soul, your presence, your body, your existence is telling you staying home. I don't care how you feel. And then when you're observing and aligning and you start noticing that there's planetary patterns where these similar feelings occur, just instead of denouncing it, it's a form of observation. Just look at your moon, your Mars, your Venus, your transits, or even your own chart. You'll be able to discern and realize, like, yo, normally when the moon is in this position, I feel like this, or normally I'm getting, I feel more creative during these days, because we're always we're ebbs and flows of different tones, and these planets are just extra for this. It's nothing but sex energy within our atmosphere. So that's the creative force that we have. Everyone needed to be born to collaborate and make this moment. So it gets complex, but when you take a step back, you start realizing that knowing yourself is knowing, okay, I came in this planet with this tone. How do I make the best music out of it? You know, and that's kind of what I want to share when it comes to cosmophysics.
Wow, man. Yo, give him another ball on that.
That was deep. So yeah, when you speak on magic, you know what I'm saying, and how magic work, the rituals, you know what I'm saying, that predict a certain outcome. Why do you think that, well, let me put it this way. What is the magic that's being run on us right now?
From my perspective, there's multiple layers. There's magic that we do unknowingly to each other from a normal day-to-day scale, right? Even if, you know, road rage, someone cuts you off, you're like, yo, fuck you, you know, just go back and forth.
That happened to me today. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody definitely said fuck me today because I accidentally cut him off, but go ahead. You know I drive. Right?
Okay.
Cut him off.
Yeah. Road.
So that interaction is a simulation. Like, that person decided to do that reaction. In reality, there's no need to hold on to it. That's the cancer.
Yeah,
you know,
negativity.
That's the negativity. So the biggest magic is making us believe that we're not doing magic. That's the biggest one, right? And that we don't have the ability to do it.
Like the devil don't exist. Or
Like the devil doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Or the devil is somebody who's 7'5" with red horn, who's red with horns. The word devil means one who deceives. Satan means the great deceiver or the great adversary. So
Chaos.
anyone who deceives anyone else is exhibiting that tone and frequency. So that's why they say the devil was in them. And it's because either the person deceived themselves or even try to deceive others. And that deception is going to create an effect. It's this perfect law of polarity, or the law of cause and effect. There will be a reaction. This is why nothing can be hidden, especially if you look at the moon cycles. You start noticing that certain information gets revealed during the full moon. And
Yeah, definitely.
I
I felt that the other day.
word.
Yeah, I felt that the other day on a what was it, a purple moon? I don't know. Well, they got so many different moons now.
Yeah, that shit was crazy though. I was watching that shit on
Word.
my way. Yeah.
The moon was in Aquarius. So it was in Aquarius twice in the same
Same month.
same constellation.
Or same constellation. Okay.
It was in Leo in end of July, and then ended up a few days ago.
And you're a Leo too, right?
Yeah, I'm a Leo.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm a Leo, Leo Rosin.
Oh man.
And today, just going on the map of what's happening in the sky, we have Jupiter retrograde in Aquarius. And we have Saturn retrograde as well in Aquarius. So this is why we have a lot of this lockdown. Like since Saturn hit Aquarius, that's one thing. I want you guys to Google this. When did Saturn hit Aquarius? Around the same time the lockdown occurred. And Saturn is the planet of restriction. It's the planet of
Satan.
it's in one frequency it does exhibit that, right? But in reality, Saturn is the disciplinating
Isn't that the planet of Set too?
it's the planet of Set. Set is associated with that, and in physiology, it's our bones, it's our teeth, it's our knees, because without structure or boundaries, we'll just be flabbing skin.
Facts.
Right, so certain planets also rule. I mean, all the planets rule certain planetary bodies. Mercury rules the mind. It rules our intellect.
Is that because it's the closest to the sun?
It is the closest to the sun, and a lot of allegory. Like for example, Enoch. When Enoch, one of the characters in the Bible, who God was like, "Yo, you perfect. You come into heaven, and you're gonna sit by my side and start writing all the actions of humanity." That sounds like a similar, story to Mercury or to Tahuti in terms of their penmanship and their ability to kind of assess and record events. So our ability to communicate is referenced based on where our Mercury was placed in our chart. Many people who have a speech impediment, you can kind of see that there's some resistances there, but there's also opportunities for them to build strength. So, and for example, Mars in a man's chart is how they exhibit their masculinity, and also in a woman's chart, it's what she's attracted to in a man, what gets her turned on most of the time, right? Venus in a man's chart is what he's attracted to in a woman, in a female, and even the things that he likes or loves. Now, Venus is the planet of love, right? It's ruled by two signs, Taurus and Libra. Those are the two ruling constellations of that planet. Now, love is described in three ways. Taurus is the constellation that's the fixed Earth sign. It's when you say, "I love the way this feels," or "I love the way this tastes." It's a physical love and sensation. Libra is the aesthetic love. "I love the way this looks." You're not touching or tasting a painting or tasting an outfit, but you love the way it looks. That's the air sign quality of Libra, right? So
That's why like Libras always dress fly. Libras be matching, looking all good. Like, yo, that's a Libra right there. And the females, like,
sister.
Kim Kardashian, Libra, like everything's gotta be all perfect. They're number 7.
correct.
You know what I'm saying?
They're ruled by the planet Venus, which is
Planet of Beauty.
planet of beauty and planet of attraction. Now talking,
AD was gonna come in on
I'm
this.
sorry.
so talking about glyphs, you know, if you look at a glyph, if you know what we know Mars and Venus, right? Mars is a circle and an arrow pointing outward. Most people look at these symbols and are intimidated because they don't understand, but in reality, it just describes energy going out from the source. It's a circle and it's an arrow pointing outwards. Venus has a plus sign underneath it. It's essentially removing the positive aspects to create the negation of attraction. So it's able to attract versus
And it's, if you look at
pursue.
it too, like the way that Venus is set up is kind of like the circle and the Ankh, basically like negative and positive.
Correct.
Yeah, true indeed.
Correct. It's the same principle.
Yeah.
Because they exist. You know, it's one of those things. So.
Yo, this is
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yo,
I gotta acknowledge the I said the God in the building.
Okay.
Before, you know, I said the elephant in the room. We just had AA Rashid walk up in this building. The energy is crazy right now. We're about to blast out. God, you didn't even know that was happening. He shapeshift on me a little bit because I was looking at the God. I thought you was AA Rashid at first. I was like, oh shit. Yo, this is crazy, brother. This is crazy.
Yeah. So
We're gonna bring you up in a few minutes. You know what I mean? Can't wait to hear you build too.
We got some super chats too. If you want to throw at them real quick.
Yeah, definitely.
Brooklyn Bless for $10 says, "Does global warming affect the way we observe astrology?"
Good question.
no, it doesn't. I mean, does global warming affect the way we observe astrology? I mean, if it's hot and we have to go outside and we can't stay outside too long to observe the stars, but no, astrology is you know, you already can track what the planetary movements are going to be way ahead of time, and also hindsight is 2020. You can also look at previous events. This is how I learned astrology. I wanted to look at previous events in my life and look at those days and see if it added up. So global warming is an outfit of where we're like. It is first, where did we hear that terminology? That's the spell, you know. Global warming connotates to a melting or a heating up of the world, but in reality, we're the tone that sets that tone in the world. So what I'm basically saying is, you change your own tone, collectively we change the reality. So
Step your game up.
yeah.
Step your tone game up. You know
And
what I mean?
but yeah, and talking about that, you guys, the second question,
Let's keep going. Donkey says, "Where can we learn about my birth charts? Peace to the gods. Welcome back, Camp. Love, light, and beyond."
Peace.
That's a good question. There's a lot of free there's apps online or websites. One of them is astro.com. They give a satisfactory birth chart. I myself produce them as well. You guys can hit me up or follow me on Instagram at Majestic Marv. But you know, you can go online. I encourage everyone to just Google free birth chart, and remember to use equal housing. This is similar to how the ancients used it. And put in your information and start from there. And you know, all it takes is a seed. I don't have to elaborate too much, because most things in life, we don't master them till we just go on the road, and then, you know, the rest is history. So, but yeah.
Nice.
But one thing I definitely want to talk about is karmic relationships, and I'll leave it there. The relationships we have with people in our lives are extremely important. Obviously, the relationship we have, the relationship we have with our peers, our mother, our father, our teachers, our intimate partners, they're all different energies. We don't have the same relationship with the same friend. And here's one thing I like to bring up. You ever walk in a spot, it's just you and your friend, and your other friend comes along, but the energy just shift all of a sudden? That's your math. Those are your planetary energies. When they come together, they're colluded, and you have to kind of understand why they're impacting you. And when you look at a person's chart, you're able to say, oh, okay, cool. Well, you don't have to be as egotistical or we don't have to be as you know, we don't have to be in too much conflict if we don't want to.
Standoffish or whatever.
Exactly. But those energies actually tell us what's happening. We don't really need the stars or a map to know. You know, I'm just saying it's a tool. You already know. I use that as a tool to now understand the fabric of reality. I'm like, yo, God is actually perfect. Everything is immaculate, and I get to change based on the cycle. I can go spiral upward or lower. So how I react to every situation is going to determine my cycle. That's what people call karma. In reality, just slow down a little bit and realize, like, every single moment you have an opportunity to address karma. So when people talk about karmic relationships or past life relationships, right? We have to realize that we're the ancestors of tomorrow, right now, right?
That's just crazy. You said that. You claimed it.
Yeah.
You gotta claim it.
You have to claim it because that's where we are. So we can address all the issues now. We don't have to go on to the next existence carrying this conflict, because in reality, we're above it. It's nothing. It's a simulation. It's an illusion. But there are certain people in our lives, you start realizing the story, even biblically, we start living the same narratives. Like when Christ said, you know, revealed to us that you're going to do great things like I do, you know? Is it not written in your law that ye are gods?
From which the word God came from.
And in reality, that just tells us how we can impact our lives. Now, karmic relationships can happen. You know, Judas's, right? There's Judas energy that exists in our narratives. And those people are there to really sharpen your next cycle.
Yeah.
When you see people who create opposition, people call them the ops, right?
Yeah.
We even use the mathematical term in astrology called opposition. People are exactly opposed to you. Only very few people could be.
Yeah.
The math has to be right for that. And the moment has to be right for that. When it becomes a tension is because in the relationship, one of the people decided to vibrate on the lowest octave. They feel a lack, so they need to gather your energy. This is what people call energy vampires. So this is how I'm letting people know you guys could very well be doing black magic unknowingly. When you can be self-sabotaging yourself or draining someone else's energy if they really want to progress and things like that.
Yeah, I used to have a friend like that, Joe. Like every time because I'm a man of ideas. So every time I would kick an idea out there, he'd be like, you know, he'd be like the nigga at the pitcher at the batter's box.
Yeah.
Right,
As soon as throw that shit up there, that nigga be like this.
Yeah, knocking it out.
Yep.
Cassius, pearls amongst swine.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to throw doubt and negativity into your plan. You know what I mean?
Correct. And that's what we're doing every day.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of people are realizing. You know, we want to project our worries onto another group, but I say if
yeah, the cat is off the hook, yo. No, cat is just he already tried.
He run the whole spot. He run the whole spot.
Yeah, I forgot to warn y'all about the cat. Yo.
Yeah, he run the whole spot.
Nah, he's not gonna attack. He's just gonna.
Shit, don't tell him that, Lord.
Yeah. He would if you get too close. See, Mahito just wild out. His name is Mahito, yo. Yo, this cat is the craziest cat you ever gonna run into.
Man.
But yeah, watch him.
I don't take much.
So here's one thing I just want to leave out. I want to call just one call in for Akhu. I want to bring him here so he can just make a brief introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, AA That's the AD, AA Rashid, man. Make some noise, man.
No question.
We about to go in.
And shout out to my brother, True Master, who is a master Scorpio.
Another master.
And one of my teachers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Cool Scorpio. You know what I mean? True Master like this. These are elders I consult with about matters that I might not understand. In the realm of certain, like when the brother, he added the term octave. It was True Master, and shout out to Planet Asia, another Scorpio.
PA.
You heard?
Scorpios in the building. There's only 2 Leos. We gotta.
So, y'all are brothers. It's the 90-degree thing. You know what I mean? Like
correct.
this.
We all fix signs.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like this. These brothers have instructional manuals on how you start is how you finish. It's a stock footage, and it's an analyzation of the outcome of things and how things progress linearly through time and space. So if you look at the time period when Scorpio is really cracking is when it's farther away from the sun. So you need a different type of ingenuity. You need to be contemplating entropic forces so you can understand death cycles. So you can see death around you, death around the corner. You know what I'm saying? You can see what is not necessarily in your favor. You know what I'm saying? So this is some of the times that it's the most discerning. So now what happens is through cultural morphology and manipulation of myth, people have taken away this time as being a very significant time. They attributed to Judas. Judas flipped on Jesus and got the whole story popping at this time of the year when Scorpio was cracking. And he did it on an angle what they called 30 degrees, but it was what you call it, shekels. You dig what I'm saying? So with the narrative of Jesus unfolded and unfolds all the way at the Christmas time when when it appears that the sun is just chilling. You know what I'm saying? So now this is the fly thing about we don't really know that we don't know, because the year starts in March. It's March, April, May, June, July, August. Septi is 7. Augusti is 8. After October is Novi, 9, and then Deca. December is 10. You feel me? So we start with the goat, and then by the time we get to Jesus, we at the goat again. So the reason why in the Western world everybody do Christmas with Christmas trees is because goats eat the bark of pine trees and have the enzyme in their stomach to digest it. So we follow farmers' holidays and call it spiritual holidays based off of a lack of knowledge. Know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So humans are extensions of the soil, as we've been taught. So they operate under the rules and the edicts of the celestial canopy. They cannot get past it, G. For real. So we sit back, I do, right? And I just watch my children. I see how they play. I see how they deal with each other, because I'm on a higher station and a higher thing. So I'm looking, but I use Tahuti rules. Sometimes you gotta appear as a monkey. Sometimes you gotta appear as an ibis bird. So when I get cleaned up nice, you heard, I still got my Tahuti, right? But when I'm around the less fortunate, I gotta act like a monkey. You see? Just to get my point across. You feel me?
Wise man playing the part of the fool.
In order to get the job done. You feel me? Because everybody, this is the most beautiful time period. Everybody think they know everything. I love that.
Indeed.
Yeah. I don't want everybody to know everything. I want you to think you know everything. Yeah. And that's the most positive thing that can ever happen in a universe where all the atoms is placed in a proper perspective. Nothing is out of place. For real.
Yeah, that just go by what you were saying. Everything's already perfect. Everything's already in order.
I be telling people the universe is perfect. The thing that's imperfect is man's perception. It's RASHID, King. You heard? I see him doing the flyness with that. This is fly. I appreciate you having me up here.
Man.
Boy, this is professional.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
RASHID.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I can get my few dollars, because you know I bought one of my most significant books. You know?
Hey,
So when the brother spoke about ritual, what's the play that they playing on us now? This is a book that I wrote when I was incarcerated. And this is right when the Iraq war started, in synergy with me reading corpuses of information regarding Jewish mysticism, and I seen that they was using in Western occult methods, they was using Kabbalism to push a point across mystically through media, and they was using a term called victory that's associated to Venus. So on the Tree of Life is called Nizak. And if you look at all of that whole war campaign was going on with the word victory, victory, victory. We will accept nothing short of victory, victory, victory was the modem of how he was giving it up. Right? So I said, oh, that has significance and parlance in this corpus of ritualized existence rooted in textual sources. Oh, I brought you a book. This is a gift for you.
Oh,
Egyptian Rhythm. That's Mustafa Gadula. He's a
peace,
legend.
peace
Yeah, he's a legend.
Oh, man.
Now, anybody got his books,
Right.
know what the fuck they talking about.
Right.
You know how you can have books that everybody got, but they nobody read them?
Yeah, exactly.
And you can tell they only can show them. His books, you forced to read it.
Wow.
You know? He's a beast, for real.
All right. I got this. I'm gonna definitely touch on this. Go ahead. You want to
Because
build on it?
No, you a scientist. This is y'all is prophets in the respect that y'all have been born with the ability to control the medium. Sound is God when it disturbs the medium. So this is when my old earth. No, God is sound when it disturbs the medium. This is when my old earth let me listen to music. Is when they started talking about high sciences. Because my mama was not into that first like hip hop, but she was like, nah. Them niggas is tripping because she listening to John Coltrane. She's contemporaries with Chico Freeman and them people from the Chicago art ensemble and all that. And she like, nah, this not the progression of whatever. And then Rakim and them came out, and then the Gods came out, and then my mama was like, yeah, you can listen to that. You know what I'm saying? So then that's when it was like, yo, so it's scientists. Because yes, they are prophets and they come from a branch of study called eschatology, meaning the study of those who know about the end of time. They can read into the future and tell you what's going to occur in the future, and they use their voice to do it. They disturb the mediums of what's around them, and then they can create a geometry of future events. So we live currently in a context that maybe you probably, when you was a young person, you probably couldn't even see how far the trajectory of your voice went to bring geometry to all the youth who use your rhyme patterns, who use your colloquialisms, who use the well-placed words of how y'all did this, and also use character development too. Because I seen you around your contemporaries. A lot of people start and then they don't end how they start. And they no longer can tap in with the people that's of original nature who is still popping. And that's the thing with the hip hop shit where I be like, yo, dudes is really playing games with sorcery, G.
Yeah.
This is a tool used to bring people together so we can eradicate or get as far away from poverty. Because in the presence of poverty, we find that there's always a conversation dividing the people. You feel me? And it always comes in the form of a story about what homie was talking about with lack. You heard? Now, I'm going to say this too. One of y'all said, when somebody go on this vibe, you got to rise above them. I might have to get low vibe. And this is when the street teach you this. This is why you can excel and know trajectorily how far to go up. It's how far is you willing to go down. You heard? Because I'm like this. Fuck you. I'm going to go below you if I know who you is and why you even playing with me. Indeed. I'm not going to rise above everything. You heard? I say that for people that I love and I'm trying to instruct and help you. But if you're trying to play me, I'm going to go below you. And I bet you can't go as crazier and retarded as me. Yeah, that's what I be like, you know what I mean?
Holla at us, Nori.
And this is that, look, this is that Scorpio. I got it in 5 placements. You know what I'm saying? I got it in 5 placements and shit. So I got it in Mars and Scorpio, Venus and Scorpio, Moon, Sun.
You know your chart like that?
Oh, bro, my Aquarius is rising, and my mama had 2 boys on the same day, 8 years apart, by 2 different men. You heard? So I'm a Scorpio on purpose. For real. And both my parents is Capricorns, and you can't spell the word scorpions without Capricorn.
Yo, this is perfect that they're both together on the same show then.
Exactly. I
Since
told
he's
you it's
already in
gonna
the
be
same
crazy.
frequency. That's dope.
Come
on.
Much respect. That's dope.
Yo, I told you.
To really add to that, you know, especially with your Scorpio placements, like you said, you know, we have the choice to go high or low, which is, this is our dominion, right?
Right.
Scorpio, you are the principle. You're the walking manifestation of that.
But we teach people the parameters. So this is why when you make beats, ask brothers who make beats. 8 is a section. You heard? When you making the beat and you localizing where you gonna do the loop, you can only go 4s to 8s. So now this is ill. The ancestors is beasts. They go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, but they go back to do. You see? Because the 2 is parameters. I'm locking you into this. That's where rhythm is. 8 is not infinity. So that is a morphology, comes from Western man's identity and identifying a principle and a symbol of something like a Mobius strip with the number 8. Incorrect. We know 8 to be parameters. This is why it's the 8th letter in the Hebrew alphabet. That one means parameters. It's the fencing around the thing. And then what's in between rhythm and birth? Parameters. Build or destroy. Right?
Okay, that's where I was going to. I mean, that's right in the gap.
The homie was here going in. I was like, what?
I was watching him. I was watching him on YouTube. And the YouTube died. You dig? And man, I've known this cat, man, for years.
That's right.
Yeah, listen, man, Marvin Brunner put together some a visual representation of my keywords, and he orchestrated that shit so coherently to the nature of each planet that I knew at that point he really learned everything I showed him. He had an understanding. He saw it in his environment. That's what I really teach my students to do. They'd be like, what book should I read? I'd be like, your birth chart and every chart thereafter, because that maps your whole life and it writes every chapter, you know, and that's so real. Like if you are the universe and the universe is you and really that's it. You see, there's really no argument. If you just know your birth date, I blow your mind. I don't care who you are, if you got 2 legs and 5 fingers at the end of each motherfucking extremity, man. You know what I'm saying? 5 digits. So this is just the law, the template of humanity. See, and it's been taught to you to ignore it. It's been devilized, it's been demonized, it's been all that. But you are the universe at the moment of your birth. You are the embodiment of it. And that's that. See, a lot of people say, nah, I can change all that, I control all that. Good. Whatever gets you through the day, buddy. At the end of the day, you're learning every day what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. That's it. That's it. Every day for your whole life has been constantly that. And you can't show me otherwise. It's been a lot of other shit too. I'm not even going to dispute this. See, but it's a template. You got 5 fingers of toes. You got 1 nose, 2 eyes. You dig what I'm saying? 2 lips. You got 2 ears. Like you're a human being, man. And you were born at a certain time of the year that if you look at everything in nature. Now, what makes you think that you are a separate entity from that? It's so ridiculous that we look at your chart from when you were just days old. 40 days is the first 40 years of your life. You see? Your life is pre-written. And if you're honest with yourself, you will see the pattern that you've been going through every year, every month, man. Everybody every month has an opportune day, a golden moment. And if they sit at home and watch TV, they'll laugh, but they'll miss their bus. You see? You see what I'm saying? So what's really crazy is that bus don't come back around in its time. All that shit is calculated. Just like a woman's period is. It follows a different cycle. It's not the cycle of the moon or the full moon. It's the cycle of the goddamn sun and its revolution, because it spins at a different speed at its poles than it does at its equator. And the sun is not just a scientific burning ball torch in the middle of space doing nothing. It is consciousness. It is life. You dig? Without it, there's no life. You understand? It is your heartbeat. It is the photosynthesis that you get from plants. So you are made up of the whole universe. If I take a hydrogen, if I can just extract a hydrogen cell from your fucking body, then and compare it to a hydrogen cell from a star long far away. What's the difference? It's all hydrogen, man.
Right.
So there's a law of cohesiveness that ties this all together into the fabric of reality, and it manifests in you, in your person. And you ain't gonna argue with that. The ones that argue ain't never measured a motherfucking thing up. It is one. I'm gonna give you this.
Go.
Keep it short.
Well,
keep it short.
I'll
Keep
yeah.
it short. This is it. 1 minute. 1 degree equals 1 year. Kobe Bryant was 41 years and 128 and 156 or 57 days old when he died. If you measure the distance between his Pluto and his Saturn, that's exactly the number of years and days that he lived. Saturn means to fall, and Pluto means to die. And Saturn rules the second child, which is the one who died with him. And he had the sign of death in the place of children. So now, see, that's just some drastic shit, right? So that's why, you want to argue with me? I'll show you how Malcolm X, his whole life. Martin Luther King said, I had a dream. And the midpoint of his Venus, Neptune was the sun. So I, the sun, have Venus, possess, Venus, a dream, Neptune. So when we think that we make the choices that we make, they already fucking written for you. I can look and read your grandmother's chart. I can find you.
We're going to do a reader for Killah Priest too.
Listen, man, I'm not even, when I offered to read it, bro, he didn't want it. He just called to say to me, happy solar return. as a favor to his wiz. Word is born, 2009, October 30th.
Word.
Yeah, I was in Endicott, New York.
So that there was a question that they gave me a little bit earlier in terms of how did the ancients utilize astrology and how is it relevant, especially given the names?
Because we was in tune totally with the laws of nature and the cycles of nature. Let me give it to you like this. It's a medical fact that your bones replenish and your cells replenish every 7 years. Okay? And Saturn, one fractal of Saturn, 1/4 of that is 7 years. This is when our bones and our joints really start to begin to develop. And at 14 years, you do what I'm saying. Then at 21, and this cycle of 7 keeps on going. This is what the number 7 is all about. It's all about just age cycle. We use Saturn to keep track of that because Saturn is heavy, Jack. And everything about you and every the world that is heavy is subject to the laws that are represented by its archetype. You see? And you have to really, somebody said to me, man, there is no, I just gave it to y'all short. So now that I'm dragging it on, it's on you, right?
Okay, you back live. I had to do a restart and fix some things, but I think we're pretty good now because we're not on Wi-Fi anymore.
Okay, cool.
So we should be all right.
Cool.
Shout out to my man Mainframe. For real.
Cool.
Yeah, shout out to Mainframe.
John.
That's it, man. Just everybody go, just drop all the knowledge. Okay? Shoot it off. Let it off. Let it off. Word.
Shout out to Mainframe, though. He's a legend.
Hey.
Him and Quad, they legends. They be knowing all of the they contemporaries to
True Master.
bring it. I called them the God is a legend. You know I had to call him too.
First not Sinetta. He was the first Sinetta. Yeah. True was out there.
True. Yes, that's a fact. Him and his brother Scotty.
Oh, I think Planet Asia in the building.
Planet Asia's a legend.
That's him, King Medallions. That's him.
All started in Africa. What happened? You feel me? For real.
Shout out to Planet Asia. Planet Asia is in the building. I see you in there. Lord, we about to build, man. You need to get on the Zoom, PA.
Word is born. Word is born.
I'm about to get it back on.
All right, perfect.
For real.
Sorry, y'all. I had to restart the internet. I had to do that whole unplug the modem thing, plug it back in, restart. We all good now. So our apologies on my end.
Super lit down. I feel different.
We good though. It's coming back.
I feel better, G. Yeah.
Reset. Yeah.
Reset action.
Yeah.
You gonna try some of that matcha soon?
Yeah, exactly. I'm brewing it up right now.
Gotcha.
Then we're gonna do some matcha. We got the glasses right there. Everything washed off. So
I just want to say something that you said about the Judases.
Yeah.
Those are characters in programs. When Sophia was on the show, she was talking about how in the new program, it's not the agent that looks like Agent Smith with glasses and a black suit. it's people who exhibit those energies and allow those frequencies to come inside them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, it's different planes, it's different levels of understanding stuff. I tell my students to deal with statecraft. So if you dealing with statecraft, when we dealing with statecraft, what's his name? Neo is not the hero of the story. You heard? Agent Smith is the hero of the story. The Matrix is about him. He's the one that turned perfectly black. In fact, he made everybody be him. You heard? You remember that? When he just touched Neo and then Neo turned into him and all of that? So I'm like, it's different levels of opposition. So as men, we don't operate in the world looking for fault or obstacles or boundaries. We transmute everything into our favor. You heard? So when you're dealing with, especially, I don't know if you have children, but it's people that don't got no children that think that the world is about to be over. And I'm gonna be like, yo, you's a weirdo. That's why you think like that, because you ain't got shit to live for. I want the world to be here and in favor of my seed. You heard? And the seeds of those who I know have kids. So we got to make the world a better place by recalibrating people understanding of certain kind of concepts. I have no enemies in the universe. You heard? If I give you permission to be my enemy, it's because I have already found a way to cut your motherfucking head off. You heard? That's it. And we just doing this as a demo. You heard? Just to keep reintegrating the tree of tyranny. I got to let you know that the shit is gully. You feel me? Like that. But we have no enemies, King. You heard? I don't even talk like that to my students. You heard? There's no such thing as no opposition to me and my folks. Word is bond. Anything getting in the way of that is an expression of myself. That's it, and what I entertained in that moment. For real. Like people be talking about the industry, the music industry is whack and it's crazy and it's all like, nah, you niggas don't have situational awareness. And you call it something, you using your feelings and not facts. The music industry is a business. You heard?
Right.
And if you're not participating in business, then you just making music just to feel good and do that shit on your time.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
That type of thing. For real.
Facts.
Build on. We back. Yo, I see you in the building, Dave Flores.
Let me ask y'all something. What do you feel about time travel? What do you feel about our future? Our future is rooted in who can perform. See, everybody think we just sideshow bobs. We just up here jiggaboing. We need to be making films. You heard?
Indeed.
We need to be gathering all these nerds, the people that you used to call nerds back in the day, and everybody used to be making fun of them. Well, now they know how to make it look like you could fly.
Indeed.
You heard? It's some wild shit.
Indeed.
So when is these narratives gonna be bust? We need to be busting these type of plays like this. So you ain't gonna sing a nigga ain't gonna sing himself out of poverty, but you better make a video.
Right.
Then after the video is the natural progression with hip hop is music. You heard? I mean music, excuse me, film.
Right.
Movies.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
So when you doing that, now you have the auspicious ability to affect and engineer future events. So everybody was on. Now you cannot find that last president name nowhere on the computer. It's so much of a silly, wild, weird, stupid shit going on that you don't even hear his name no more. You heard?
Right.
Now, when I was little, everybody used to say his name in raps. You heard?
Yeah.
They loved him. You
Yeah.
heard? He was a symbol of getting a few dollars, right? Now, they don't know that he had this thing. He had this thing called Aladdin. Aladdin, it exists in a city. It's a huge search engine. You heard?
Right.
That has 50 years worth of all human behavior that has been codified into data. And if you want to know a social trend, you go and get a consultation from them, and they're gonna tell you, right, based off of these key phrases that we have gotten kicked out of here, if you want to do this, you're gonna have to use these terms. You heard?
Indeed.
They used a term that a black woman used in a science fiction book. She said, "Make America great again." Her name is Octavia Butler. You heard? That term comes from her narrative. And get a consultation from them. You heard? Right? So then, that narrative gave forth a number of syllables. If you count the syllables, you can mind control people with imagery and syllables. You heard? Count the syllables, and then they put it on a hat. Hats is dangerous. Well, hats is dangerous, especially red hats. You heard? It make everybody look at you, and you also a threat. You heard? It's I'm serious.
Yeah,
you
the
heard?
frequency of it.
Yeah, it's the frequency of it. So boom, I'm telling people that you'll never be able to figure this out unless you divorce yourself from your ego and see linear progression through history. We living in science fiction narratives. The movie Minority Report was written by a man that used to get high as a fuck. Past the high y'all be on. Niggas be with the mushrooms and all that, whatever. They fucking with sodium pentothal, shit like that, right?
Right.
Where he's talking about, he has future events that speak to him about the past, you heard? And then in his real world, the shit starts happening. And women come to his door, dark-haired women come to his door and tell him that many of his stories in his fictional accounts are actually real. You heard? So he's following a Gnostic trend and then found out through fictional narrative that this whole world is an overlapping story. You heard? It's a narrative runs into another narrative, and your story runs into my story and all this, and there's various ways we can calculate these experiences, right? So I tell people, my students know this, that nigga, movies control the world. You heard?
Right.
Not what you talk about. They adapt the movie from a book to the screenplay to the film. And the
let me interject
Egyptians,
something real quick, man.
Let me just finish. I'm going to end right here. Ancient Egyptians made this up. They used to play out the myth in front of the people and the populace to push new agendas. They've been made up the entertainment industry. Go ahead, G.
When I first met you, AA, I was on Northern Ledge Radio with Red Pill and Blue Pill, and y'all had a round table. I think KT was there, right? And a few other heads that I can't remember their names. It was like 12 years ago, maybe more, right? We were having the same discussion, okay? Final Fantasy was Neptune and Uranus in Aquarius, and then Fast and Furious was Mars and Pluto in Sagittarius. So you're gonna see this in hindsight, y'all. Okay, all the blackbirds that dropped from the sky in 2003 was Saturn and Gemini. Birds is Gemini, black is Saturn, and all those blackbirds that they call it West now flew my ass. You dig what I'm saying? So now we can follow this trend all the way in the music industry, in the stock market, and the lives of a man, and anything that we have a date for, literally, because it is all made up of this universe. Right. So yeah, so the planetary conjunctions that they spoke to were the titles of the movies, and even when there was a movie about the gambler, the teacher, the college professor who gambled too much. You see, that was still Saturn and Sagittarius. You say movies affect the world because this is where the adolescent mind starts to mold itself, and it's the age of fascination.
Do we toast this shit, or do we do some kung fu shit with it?
No,
remember that?
This the tea ceremony.
Fight you with the tea. So they fight you, don't even drop the tea.
AD, you want to drink with us?
I'm just saying on some real. Okay, we can follow these trends all the way down across eons, all the way down to the microcosmic, to the lives of individuals.
Right. Okay, yo, since you the guest. Yeah, exactly. This is Machi right here. We're gonna do the tea ceremony. Everybody home that's on the internet, please come in. I mean, come on and get your tea ready. I know my man Deranged Nut, he ready with his tea and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. You gonna get your one. Yeah, strong, right?
This is helping me.
This is what we do. You can say the prayer. Hold on, let me pour this, brother. All right. You can say the prayer.
The prayer?
Yeah, because you don't want on there. Just,
Hey,
the
you
toast.
know what?
I got a prayer.
Really my Wiz is having a Jupiter on the 7th cusp today.
Indeed, yeah. Get your
wow.
cup,
okay?
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah. See, I'm not even playing, God.
Yeah, D. There you go. All right. Boom.
This is the
All right,
prayer.
Yeah, go ahead.
The prayer is,
I'm so dead ass.
I hope you never die and that I live forever and that everybody sock it to your pocket and stop playing like rockets. Yeah, come on, let's go.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Music,
Socketry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yes.
once again,
Legend.
Yeah,
Legend.
legend.
Like this. That's a movie.
To you too, King.
You know,
Word.
one thing I want to add to the whole thing about what you said about movies. Movies are ruled by Neptune. Neptune rules dream, energy, or imagination, right? When you paint a picture, you're creating a reality that now is incepted in the minds of the people, and it reinforces the program, like you said.
Like when I was little, I know that the most horror movies came out in 1982. And it was for a reason, because all you had to do was count 29 years in advance, you heard? And see the same type of movie that came out in 82 is the ones that came out 29 years later from a Saturn cycle. I had seen that and peeped that because Akhu had put me on to the 29.9 year cycle of Saturn.
Indeed.
So I applied the game to what I said I wanted to flesh out because I seen a similar narrative and they started bringing out werewolf movies and shit again. And I was like, what? What's this shit about? Because that's one of the first. The American Werewolf in London is a science fiction movie mixed with sorcery and mixed with occultism. And they talk about the Moors and all that. They was like, stay away from the Moors. When they be talking about the land masses and body of masses, they talk about darkness and they talk about the Maghrib. And anytime they talk about that through morphology, they talk about the ancient African people who dominated and taught and instructed everybody over there about occult and spiritual principles. So there's a part in that movie, they talk about American Werewolf in London, and then all of a sudden they on a spaceship, you heard?
Wow.
With a bunch of aliens. And this is his dream sequences, you heard? So I was like, you gotta watch it. Yo, back in the day, we used to be scared of stuff, and now, when you look at it, it's funny, because they was giving up the science back in the day. So the Andromeda Strain, that movie is crazy, G. Siri in the movie.
What's the name of that?
Andromeda Strain.
I gotta see that.
I don't like saying the name of the shit going on with the everybody. Just that. Boom. That's in the movie. That's in the movie. All that's in the movie. They talk about all that and monitoring where you at and all that is in the movie. You know? I just watched Stanley Kubrick's 2000
Space Odyssey, 2001 Space Odyssey.
again.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Man,
It
the
start with the
Kingsman was off
dominance
the
hierarchy.
The Kingsman is off the chain, and look at what they're doing now.
Yeah.
What about Marvel? You know, Stan Lee he created a whole
Universe.
illusion.
Multi-universe.
Marvel, he made a universe of energy. Like, why is that so impactful now?
And he still got
a lot
Thor
of
in there
that.
too.
He got a lot of the stuff from young people sending in their characters. One of his characters. This is a narrative in our community that Galactus come from Reverend Phil Valentine.
Wow.
And this is
I can see that.
Yo, and this is back in the day. If you had a character, you could go draw out the character and send the character Stanley in them, and then they'll embellish it, and then your character will be expressed inside of the joint. You heard?
You know, that's what's happening now with the whole AI and VR things. Like, we're building avatars to then go into our own universe.
And we're in the age of Aquarius, man.
Yeah.
Nah, this comes from the past. The black man made up the computer in the past to control the future. That's where it is, man. That's why you can't turn the computer on unless the shit go hotep and go HTTP. You heard? And then the word computer is Kim Pata. Kim mean black and Pata mean father. And you can't even source the materials to make a computer unless you go back to your black father's landmass and go use his black silica and all this stuff. Why you think they violent on the people in Haiti? Because they had a meteor hit that planet that brought the necessary material for technology to be performed in the future events. That's why they got the people over there in the state that they in economically, because they don't want them to tap into what the real purpose of all of that is. You heard? So I'm like this. What you think the pyramids is nothing short of ion creating machines. You heard? Negative ions.
Right.
Niggas always want to be positive till it's too late. You heard? You don't want to be positive with everything, do you? Right.
You gotta
so now
negate the
niggas don't want to be
bullshit.
negative. Yeah. Negative ions is the thing that take away all the disturbances and blockages and thoughts. And that's why the ancients put them in propitious locations. In particular, the equal distribution of the land's mass. That's the only place you could levitate them type of bricks prepared at the quarry. You know what I'm saying? They use sound. I spoke about that on my live last night. You can use 19 instruments created and cut in a certain way and arrange the players of them and use monks, pure people, to levitate bricks. But niggas can't see that far.
Nah.
They can't see that far. Because they like this. They stuck where they supposed to be, though. You know,
The Buddhist monks in the Tibet, they demonstrated this. This is actual demonstrable recorded activity, which you just said. They elevated stones, blowing horns.
Right.
You dig? Yeah.
Indeed.
And and moved better than a crane across the land. Right. So, if you understand the laws of nature, then you work with the sciences concerning them. Okay? Like they want to say that we defy gravity because we fly in airplanes and helicopters. But you see, really, we're just obeying the laws of aeronautics. You see? So, because you coming back down. You dig? And you engineering and, propulsion and torque and all of this. So if you understand them laws, man, you study those laws. No man is ever gonna master them, okay? There's no masters walking around down here. We all students, man. You dig? But I can't stay on the phone because my children are crazy right now. And I got a 2-year-old and I got a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I need to be spending this time with them.
Most definitely appreciate you.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to come in here. Listen, y'all need to check me at my website. Okay, cosmophysics361.com. You can find me on Instagram at Cosmo361. Okay, spelled with a Z. All right, so that if you want to look at me there, right? If you want to speak to me, you're gonna have to call me. My number's in the bio there. All right.
Indeed.
Now I do life cycle analysis, man. I'm lining up the motion of your planets to the events in your life according to your perception, going backwards for a spell, and then once it's synchronized, it's gonna go forward forever. Okay. All right. And I've been doing this for 30 years, so I'm not just coming out the crib with this shit. I done read 100 books, now I'm brainiac. You know what I mean? I've been watched this. I done taught it to people. Marvin Verner, I read him before I taught him.
Right.
Yeah. So I did readings for him, a couple of them. Then he was like, because he had to see it more than once.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, anybody in their right mind ain't gonna just believe this shit.
That was my
because
journey.
you've been bred not to believe it.
Wow.
It's not a matter of belief, it's a matter of math.
Right.
Okay? It's a matter of math. And the universe, it's all over the planet Earth. But I gotta go, y'all, because now they out in the hall. Peace.
Peace, Rob.
Peace to the God and
Have a good
everybody
time,
in the
sure.
attendance, man.
Ta-da.
My brother.
That's one thing that's one thing I said. I wasn't really an advocate for, like I said, he gave me a reading at first, right?
Right.
And just so you guys can understand my first experience, he immediately said, "Yo, your pops wasn't in your life like that, right?" I'm like, "How you figure that out, right?" And he told me it was just really math. So at first, we digest the bubble gum. We think we you know, math to us doesn't seem like a spiritual topic, right?
Right.
And it's until he predicted, he said, yo, do you have a grandfather that's a Libra, right? And I was like, yo, I think that's one thing he had wrong. He done my whole chart, but he's I think he's wrong about this. My grandfather is a Capricorn, but I never met my father's father, right? Till 2 years later, I met my father's father for the first time. And, you know, he happens to be a Libra, right? And that one, and what that basically is saying is your experiences that you have and the people that you engage in are there to really serve the experiences that you're in. You know what I'm saying? So
and he recalibrate charts. People be talking about they this, they that. You got to get a reading from him to really tell you what you is.
correct.
And then I'll be like this, when people be getting readings, the only numerology that exists is the numerology in between the planets and the measurements of that. That shit is fake. That numerology shit, I dare nigga tell me that off my birthday, I'm a 1 or a 2. Oh, nah, you giving me 8 energy and 7 energy. That shit is fake, son. You heard? Numerology is the delineation and the what you call it, the space in between these observed events that can become propitious quantum factors to shape words out of. You heard? You can create words out of numbers. So don't give me one number. I need 3 numbers maybe to say this number or this particular word. I might need 4 numbers to say a word that's going to give me power. So, right. So that's why I bought this book up here. I wanted to show you this book. This is a book I had. This is one of the books that I exhausted in. You can see that I even did my own entries in my numbers. This book is Gematria. So a nigga, if ask me, yo, how you change your life? I started putting numbers on the words, you heard? That I use for power. You heard? So I'm walking around with powerful words in my mind. You heard? That's connected to numbers that have power. So I deal with prime numbers. Ain't no divide, no prime number except by itself or the number 1. You heard? So those is propitious numbers. Every god that's in all the 3 major religions have numbers. Allah number is 66. The Torah got 2 numbers for this god, really 3. Yahweh is 26, but Elohim is 86 or 646. You see? And Jesus is 888. 888 is Jesus. And can't nobody tell me nothing about no damn numerology. They be tricking people out here with that shit. They be like this, oh, you a number 6? Okay, so you got hair on your toes, huh? Do you? Yeah. And you be like, oh, shit, yeah, I do got a little bit of hair on my toe. How the fuck you know that? Yeah. Get your ass out of here with that numerology shit. Yeah, come on.
Fortune cookie.
Yeah, it's a fortune cookie, I swear to God. How you, because how is it real if you was born, say you was born in the Islamic, look, if you was born in the Islamic world, you born in a particular date, so if they calculate your date according to their celestial cycle, they dealing with they in the year 5,000 something. Islamic calendars, Jewish calendars and all that.
Indeed.
So then you name it, you gonna tell me the secrets to my universe off of the Pilgrim calendar based off of the birth of a myth, Jesus. How you know my numerology, son? You crazy. No, the first time that I was born and I said like this, that establishes a time period.
Correct.
And that time period shows me the distance when this planetary body was in the distance, in the confines of this celestial canopy. Then we can establish a series of celestial numbers used for the development of some quantum endeavor in the future. To transform the nature of future events based off me knowing this stuff. You feel me? So it's mad stuff that people don't even know that we don't know. They got us time clock back to do you know the internet gonna cut off before 2 times in your children's lifetime and once before 2029.
Wow.
According to celestial, I'm talking about for the celestial play.
Right.
They gonna take the human back to the Great Depression and do the play on them, and you can see all the people gonna be hurt is the crypto niggas.
Ooh.
You heard? Because they gonna come back on and be like, yo, we back, but we don't know where the fuck y'all crypto is at.
Yeah.
You heard?
Yep.
Wow.
And it's gonna be the Great Depression. Then they gonna be out there selling oranges again to reinvigorate the country. Ask your elders what happened in 1929 up to 1932. The Pilgrims was jumping out the window when the stock exchange happened. They was like this, what? With the shit to fall?
1926.
Yeah, they was like this. I'm dead, gone, bye.
Yeah, come on up here, Lord.
on.
Word, exactly.
Right there.
Word.
Y'all gonna have to squeeze in a little bit.
Just
though.
move down. Just move down.
Because the
Just move
camera
down.
angle, you know
Get
what
the
I'm
card
saying?
up in here, yo.
Got you.
Word.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. Yo, while you doing that, I'm gonna make right before you go in, I'm gonna make a announcement. Nori Peoples just reached out to me, and I will be speaking to Nori tomorrow, and then we come to something, some peace or whatever. So that was love, you know what I mean? That he did reach out. Shout out to Nori and Nori's people. Shaheem, holla at me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna holla at you a little later. So they just hit me up. So big up to them for reaching out. And Shaheem hit me up, and the rest of the Killer Bees. All right, move on.
Shouts out to that.
Yeah, shout out to that, man. It's about peace and prosperity at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We came to some type of, he did reach out, so that was cool. You know what I mean? Put Left Rack.
Yeah, shout out to Left Rack. Shout out to Left Rack City for sure.
Shout out to my man Fat Cat from Left Rack. He a legend.
Yeah. Shout out to the Lord. What's up? Peace.
So, you know what it is. Montage 1, Liquid, GCM.
Yeah.
Shout out Age. He still watching?
Yeah. PA should be out there. You still out there, Asia?
Shout out Age,
Hell yeah.
I just hear y'all building. I'm on the side just kind of listening, taking it in,
Man, that's
throwing
what
some frisbees out there.
Hey, we need those frisbees.
Yeah.
Like UFOs,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, speaking of UFOs, this is ill. When I was little, ain't nobody want to believe that was real. I promise you, when me and my man Marlon, when we was little, we used to be like this. Oh, yo, G, we could walk through walls and all of that. We used to be talking like that, and we used to believe in that, right?
Right.
So now it's on the news.
Right. Yeah, pass it.
So I'm like this. It show you the stuff that you used to think was a joke is now gonna be used now in a play. You heard? They gonna try to bust a mean play about some shit that been here already. You heard?
Thank you.
And then black people is crazy because we got whole cosmologies. A lot of people don't even know this. One of the first people to say that they was abducted by aliens is Sun Ra. Because they
Pick up the Sun Ra.
Yes.
Yeah.
They used to call him Moon Child. So he has recorded writings in his diary of saying that he was abducted before by aliens and very elaborate shit before the Pilgrim even was thinking about putting that out there. You heard?
Shout out
So
to
I'm
Fourth
like
Disciple.
this is something inside of our DNA, the ship. Speaking about ship, because your name is also your ship out of here. And that's how you gonna be known, by your tokens given to you. You heard? So you know all of this how they do us, G. They be looking at 5-pointed stars in a circle and then don't tell you that means the doo-wop. When the Pilgrim put it on to do rock and roll, you say he dealing with the devil. But he dealing with the underworld.
Right.
Which is the way to get back to your heaven. That's where you come from. You come from delineation of fives. The delineation of 5, power, you heard? And if you look at the degrees, it's 72 degrees and all of that, you heard? And then if you cut open an apple, the very center of it, you see 5s. Then you see the 3, 2.
We gotta pull that up.
Facts.
Yeah.
Pull that up. I didn't see the 5.
Then you got it's a 5-pointed star in the middle of the apple. So then you go to the 3-2 ratio, and that's how leaves fall. They fall in accordance to a 3-2 ratio. And things falling from, with gravity, I think it's like 23 feet per second or some shit like that. Something certain. Look, he bringing it up, G. You heard? So now, what's 3 plus 2? 3 plus 2 is 5. That's the first year that you lose something. What you lose? You lose teeth. And that show you mortality when you little. And show you the value of them shits, right? And then how many do you got or you supposed to have in your mouth? 32. 15 and 15, right? 3 and 2 again is what?
5.
5. You heard? So in the Bible it say by the witness of 2 or 3 things shall all things be witnessed. That's where notary come from. The notarizer. You heard? They encompass 2 to 3 people because they took an oath and then they're their own witness and then you the third. Right? So these is numbers, that's numerology.
Correct.
That's around us. That's sold inside of myth, reality, and culture. You feel me?
Correct. And to add to what you're saying, especially with the apple in the Bible, the serpent, the word serpent, P-E-N-T, is connotates to 5. So it is the same attribute.
That's a new cultural morphology, but listen to this. The fruit in the Bible go to the word, it's peri, and it's a function. It means mouth, head, yod. Peri. This is where you get the word pear from. You heard? When mama go outside, give me a pear, pick a pear off the tree, right? A peri. So it's not an apple. It's a peri, which defines anything that can be picked off the tree that has life in it. The last suffix, the yod, right? Because all my students who fuck with me, who know my study, I deal with phonetics, and we have explored each meaning of the archetypes associated to the Hebrew Bible. So we know what all that shit means. So the first letter is the mouth. The second letter is the head. So the mouth that belongs to the part of your head that has life force, the yod in it, is the thing that you eating, and look at the function. And then what is the yod? It means the hand. So it's parts of the body. It's the mouth, head, hand. What I go pick to go eat becomes the fruit. Now the word serpent, so we can get out of the mystical stuff with the Christians and all that, right? That was a good metaphysical one. Serpent, pentagram, I love that, right? That's for like when you taking people up the ladder until we actually address the terms. So the word serpent in the Bible is nakash. And nakash also serves as the element copper, G. So when they say Samson was tied up with snakes, they use copper fetters. And we know what are the principles of copper. If you live in a cold city, G, you need copper to bring heat. It's an energy conductor. The G got copper on the T thing.
Indeed.
You heard?
Indeed.
So do you know what what back in the day what used to be more worth than gold was copper? Why though? Because Africans used to use copper as a ritual implement inside of all of their sorcery and acts of sorcery. You heard? So the fly thing about copper is our money is rooted in copper. We get that from Nigerians and from Ghana. The word Garden of Eden come from Ghana. Gan means garden. You heard? So now they are the people who introduced the coinage to us in the form of copper. If they didn't use copper coinage, they used copper spearheads, you heard, or copper arrowheads from war. So those were the most noted after cowrie shells and other things. And if you really want currency, it had to be rooted in warfare. So they used the what you call it, copperheads. So now these copperheads turn into, if a nigga take $100 and ball it up and throw it at you, they ain't gonna do nothing. But I dare nigga throw 100 pennies at you. You heard? That's the
hit
real
you with a bag of pennies.
Right, and it's illegal to take their pennies and melt them.
Club like that, right?
They trying to take pennies back too.
That's
No, the pennies,
shit.
the pennies that they want is they want the pennies
With
from
copper.
before 1982. That's the real ones. Everything after that is fake, G. You heard?
Say that again. We gotta
Everything
get
after that is fake.
Like the new pennies that they have is made from like nickel and just painted. It's like painted copper, really.
They mix the alloys, and this is the other shit that they use. They use nickel,
Mm-hmm.
and they use nickel because nickel cuts down currency. You know what nickel do? Nickel is inside of sunscreen. You understand? Sunscreen. So when you go, because it's, oh God, I want to block the sun, you got to use nickel.
Right.
So now that's what they use for the 5-cent piece. But the conductor, you go in your car when it's super hot, G, and have some pennies in the middle of the joint. And then go over there and put your hand in the pennies and be like this, oh, I'm finna touch these pennies like this. They gonna be like, oh, nigga, this is hot. You can cook eggs on those.
Super hot.
Like that. But not with the nickels and all that. They don't conduct that much energy. So the point is, how did we get to the dollar amount? The dollar is the most magical instrument that we possess because on it got the tree of life in the form of an eagle holding 2 things in their hand. And this ain't no Illuminati. This is not the 13 colonies. This is not Jesus Christ and the 13 Smurfs and the dwarfs and all of that. No, it's African spirituality. And one hand is herbs to rid your stomach of sorcery. And then the other hand is metals, currency, to conduct the energy required for you to speak celestially. That's why we wear crystals and niggas be laughing at my son and them with all the quartz and all of the stuff. They don't even know these niggas is working magic.
That's some Lamar Park shit. Shout out to Snake Doctor.
Right, ain't nobody. The police ain't pulling niggas over with copper and all that. Get against the wall with these crystals, nigga. I know you up to something. Right. They going after everybody else with the other the look. You dig what I'm saying?
Right. Indeed. Oh man, we building today. Yo, make sure I hit that super chat. He going in, yo. Y'all got any questions? Hit that super chat. We going in today. Matter of fact, we already in. We going deeper in. Yeah, rabbit hole. Go ahead.
So now when they say, you ever see, they have an African tribe called the Azande people who say that all bad luck is orchestrated by people who have created sorcery against you. And then that sorcery exists in your stomach. Now when you go into Sumerian and an Akkadian text that the Bible comes out of, they are using West African techniques and motifs regarding cleansing of the blood. Your sorcery, if you got negative energy around you and bad luck people, it's because your blood needs to be cleansed. And when your blood is cleansed, when you got full-blown liver operation, then now this is the other thing. People don't know nothing about that liver. If you only knew about that liver, you would be moving a certain kind of way because it's a reason why they cut Jesus on his side. He's Mary's little lamb, whose hair was white as snow. Jesus is really not a white man. Jesus is a goat, sacrificed in the same way that Babylonians, Sumerians, and Akkadians, and West Africans slaughter goats to go and look inside. It's called extispacy. It's called extispacy. It's spell it like this: XD.
That's a fact.
XD-EXTI and then spicy. Extispacy is a ritual whereby which they cut open slaughtered goats and then they use a yes-no frequency or a binary system in a form of divination looking at certain parts of the slaughtered animal's liver. So they say, do we go to war? Go to the war part of the liver. If it's light, that means yes. If it's dark, that means no. Through cultural morphology, this became a black cat crossing you. It's bad luck.
Oracle
which
systems,
I agree with. But this is where I'm like this. Why you calling me black? And now we all fucked off mentally. Pilgrims got me identifying myself with a black cat from my omen reading. Offended. What you mean if a black cat cross you? Ain't I black? No, the fuck I ain't. That's a color. It's an adjective, bro. My people come various shades, and we come in all kind of shades.
Yeah, I never tripped on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you ever see a black cat and you about to go do some wicked shit or something good or whatever, go another route. That's an omen.
Right.
You heard?
Right.
That's an omen. Don't mean that it have nothing to do with you as being a black cat. I ain't no goddamn black cat. You feel me? Yeah.
Yeah, come to think of it, nah. You're not black.
And this is what the Bible is rooted in. Extispicy rituals. There are parts in there, like years ago, I remember people was trying to say leprosy. White people come from leprosy and leprosy is in the Bible. That's not the case. Because when you go to the area that speak about leprosy, right? It's not saying that the ancients wouldn't use the word gold to describe a disease. They already had hundreds of words to describe everything skin disease there was. They knew what eczema was and what pus and all of that was. They had medical books. They didn't use the word gold.
Right.
You heard?
Right.
So they were saying if you see this golden hair inside of a wound, it means they lying. No, I still got some.
Okay.
They talking about the extispicy rites of looking for propitious marks on the liver of a slaughtered animal for divination purposes. So when somebody one day said, let's translate Hebrew into English, guys, each word equals 6 to 8 things. You could say whatever it is, and they all ancient phenomes. So ain't no flying donkeys, ain't no prophet ever split no Red Sea. You heard? And all that shit that they talking about, the prophet went up in a whirlwind at the ford of the water. That's ancient African spirituality. Spirits don't cross over water. You heard? And then we got all of this in our sciences, in our face, but other cultures, go to our Chinese brothers and sisters. They got God specifically for money. Where's the niggas' money God? Where is it at?
Real talk, though.
Niggas get a few dollars, get on the pilgrim stage and start thanking Jesus and all these motherfuckers. I mean, come on, son. Like this, you go to the Chinese food restaurant, I promise you, they got offerings in accordance to ancient African modalities and ancient civilized people way of accessing ancestral energy. Oranges, incense. Then the cat is my homie. The cat be like this at the door.
Indeed.
With the hand like this. Why? And we got a cat here. Why? The cat do this. The cat can tell where the currency is at. That's what cats do. They can tell what currency is at. Stop it, man, with this shit. Yo, you my man, AD. With that.
This cat won't do it, though.
Yeah, so maybe we were sitting close to the money or some shit over there because it was just going in like, yo, this is
I thought he was going to hit us with the skibbity bop. Slap us in the back of the head like that.
He attacked Planet Asia. Everybody come over. That cat is be on it. He said he don't use claws though, but he'll just be like,
okay.
He's got a little skibbity pat.
Is he old?
Yeah, he's 11.
Yeah, he's 11 years old. He don't look it though.
Cat years. They got cat years? I ain't know. I bet you cats ain't make that shit up.
I just realized
dogs ain't make up dog years.
Yo, I just realized his birthday is this Saturday.
If dogs knew that they was doing that, they'd be like, hell no.
Yeah, Mojito's a Virgo.
Dogs be like, nigga, I'm 100 years old. What you talking about?
Right.
Is he fixed?
I got one at 17.
He's fixed?
That's why he's so mad, I think.
Exactly.
Because the doctor said he still got his testosterone, but he really can't be smashing.
Can't get it off.
He's up in here.
That's a bad world to be in.
That's why he is. Yo, because he was marking his territory. I had my new apartment. He was like, marking his territory, peeing in certain spots. Yeah. I'm like, oh hell no! So I had to go get him fixed or whatever. Yeah. And then he's just been pissed off ever since that. You know what I'm saying? He meow with the attitude.
Bassett. Yeah. And the ancients, they could teach you a lot about human behavior by watching animals around them. So we come from a culture where we wear headdresses, a headdress that got serpents and vultures on it. Now, I don't know, nobody got a pet vulture. You heard?
No.
And
if you're a witch.
Kodak Black.
Very, that was deep what you just said. What you just said about, and that's deep that you even said that young man name, because when I hear him, I think about Haitian sorcery.
Yeah.
And I don't play with Haitian people.
I'm Haitian though.
Yeah, okay, good. There you go. Because I ain't never met a stupid Haitian in my life. You heard? And them is very significant and special people to me because they are the embodiment of the people of the Western world who defeated the Pilgrim, you heard, and put their foot on their neck. Like, get your stupid ass out of here and stop playing. And was using, what you call it? They was using spirituality, coupled with not only that, but statecraft. You heard? I promise you. So shout out to everybody that's Haitian, but I bring this up that you interest. You said a witch would happen because my brother Oba, who's a legend, brother Oba is a legend, right? Oba told me that that's one of the strongest bloods that they use for sorcery is actual, what you call it, vulture blood. And there's a reason they got enzymes in them that they can digest bones, bro. And the mother of a vulture is highly respected for its nurturing of its youth. You heard? So when you dealing with ancestral energy, like all the animals that you see that have significant import in Kim deal with maternal and how they deal with their young, like the hippopotamus. That's Ta'ert. That's where we get the word Torah from. And she represents, that's the goddess of the midwives and the goddess of the celestial canopy, the center of the universe, right? So you see the activity of the hippopotamus that if approached by enemies, it protects his children first. And she will spin and create a whirlwind by standing and spinning in the water that'll keep, because the other animals don't understand why the fuck they trying to get to her, but they can't, because she got them in the whirlwind. You feel me? Like this. And then sit there and make a circle and then wait, and the centrifugal force, it spins things. You heard? And then they'll save another animal, but if you got to save yourself, you heard? And they show you this. Watch Animal Planet. Nigga be wanting to watch humans. Humans is just built to lie. They just be lying like a motherfucker, bro. They just make up shit as they go. I swear to God. Many of them is thinking that they something that they not. You could be the best thing that you can if you could only be yourself when it's the most best time around people that respect you. But humans hang around people that don't respect them, doing the most shit to impress people that don't give a fuck about them.
Waste energy.
Yeah, for real. And I don't hang out. I'm gonna leave this on this because I gotta go. I gotta bust a plane. I'm hungry as a hostage. But I don't hang out with gangsters. I ain't no nigga tougher than that white man in the penitentiary still. I don't want to hear what nobody talk about with no tough shit. You heard? Don't even come at nobody, the God's righteous people with that stupid ass shit. You heard? Read you some books, inshallah. For real.
What a way to,
And there you have it.
yo,
For
what a way to bounce. Damn, you gonna disappear?
Like, yo, like in a whirlwind.
Poof.
I lost it. Yo, thank you for having me, kid.
Yo, make some noise.
Shout out to brother Rasul. You heard?
Yeah, indeed, man. So, yo, peace, Lord. Yo, then we gonna come up. Yo, we gonna talk.
Let me get your man.
All right.
So how long you out here?
On me? Or
the homie?
Oh, right here? Yeah, I'm out here. I've been out here for a few months right now.
Oh, all right. So I got the spot down there. I see you in the whirlwind.
Yeah, let me I'll probably
Yo.
get you up on.
It's a treat today, man. I told y'all.
I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. All right. Man.
You a legend.
It did, yeah. Hey, it did. Yo, they said, we love you, Rashid. Yo, yeah, it did, yo. That was a heavy yo. Let me tell you, that was crazy, man. I told you we was about to blast off. Make sure I hit that super chat and hit that subscribe, man. Let everybody know we over here. We building. Our levels is up. The Killer Bees, yo, shout out to me. Like I said before, Nori's people reach out to me, so we're gonna be talking to Nori tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Me and him gonna talk tomorrow, which is gonna be beautiful. And I'm glad, you know what I mean, that we stepped and we got to raise our consciousness on different levels. You know, he already subpar like apologized with the homie that came up there and said, yeah, you know we was drinking and stuff. You know, certain words are used, but you know how it goes like that. Frequencies be all over the place. But he did reach out, and we'll see what's good tomorrow. And for Ninth, for the Sons, for the whole Killah Army, for everybody, yeah, come on back. And that was peace. That's what I like to say, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we trying to grow, we trying to elevate. I think, no, we're gonna be on here, yo. We can do something, man, you know what I mean? But we trying to grow, we trying to elevate, just like what Iron Sheik said, you know what I mean? We have to use mathematics in its proper term, and we got to use knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in the proper term. You know what I mean? At its right time. And just like the Scorpio, you got a lot of Scorpios up here, bro. Yeah, that Scorpio energy. You know what I'm saying? And PA is in the chat room. Shout out to PA. Balance is everything. If we balancing everything, you know what I mean? My Libras, y'all can step up right now. If y'all have something to say, if y'all have something to feel right now, we need that balance. So balance is everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we let the take the mantra. We're gonna come back to this, and I mean you still here, brother. Take us on that journey. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a beautiful journey that I went on. Finish that journey that you had us flying on, as far as this astrology thing, because we're starting to open up to a lot of things y'all was doing with synchronicity. It's crazy. Is that a lot of things that AA Rashid was talking about, what you was talking about, he didn't even know, he wasn't even here. Yeah. He just tuned in to the frequencies. Correct. So I'm looking at this power and this magic happen. So as it is engulfed and the magic happens, we don't run from the magic or are at the magic, we step into the magic.
Correct. I mean,
voila.
When we say synchronicities, to just keep it short, it's just observation. When you start observing the patterns, these synchronicities or these chance events, you just start accepting that magic of life and that design. You know, especially when it comes to, you know, all those chance encounters that you have. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, just to build on peace, y'all.
Peace, King. You got my math, right? Yeah. Got it from them? All right, peace.
So, this is gonna sound funny. Any of you guys like walk around the hood growing up, and you see someone from across the way, you never met him in your life, and occasionally you just see that person, you never engage with them, but you see in their eyes, and then you go to another part of town and you see them out of nowhere. You ever encountered that?
Say that once again, Lord.
So around the way, around the way, right? You encounter somebody that you've seen, and you never interacted with them, but you acknowledged them because this is like the third or fourth time you've seen them, and you actually locked eyes with them, right? And all of a sudden you go to a different part of town or even a different state, but all of a sudden you see the same person. You've never said hello to them at any time, but you acknowledged them, right? So there's a power of sight. So this is how the ancient Magi's would describe the magic of astrology. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The moment you look at something, you build a relationship with it. You give it existence because you're observing the reality, right? So this is why a lot of the royals in the ancient times, they always covered their eyes, because they didn't want commoners or people who were outside the bloodline, or that at least that contract, that social contract, to actually build a birth chart. Because even you can have every event as a chart. When you lock eyes with someone, that is an event. That chart and the way the stars were at that day is really the relationship for all of eternity, at least in this current paradigm. So that's why you see in these narratives, you see this royal elite, let's say princess, she sees this commoner guy. They lock eyes, and now there's a whole situation of conflict, because those two worlds are trying to merge with each other, right? Because now there's interest, because they've acknowledged each other by sight. So what I'm basically saying is, when you see someone,
windows to the soul,
it's a contract already. You can choose to blockade it by just not looking at the person then. You've just given them, you haven't given them you're not paying attention. So you're like, you know, I don't want to talk to that person. We do that in every environment. We feel our waves. We have this. See, we get so married into our physical reality, but whenever we go into a place, we feel, if you tune in and you observe even how you feel, you can feel either very welcome or you can feel this resistance energy. You ever go to a spot and just don't feel good in your stomach? There's like this gut feeling that there's something off. What is that? I mean, you know, practically speaking, what is it? But everyone experiences that.
Well, you know, whether we admit it or not, we're interconnected to our environment.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Correct.
you know, there's frequencies and stuff that's going on all the time. You know, some people are more sensitive to them, and some people, energy is just dull.
Correct. And that's the point I was going to say. Your emotions or your feelings are just hyper aware of the climate, the immediate environment climate already. It's just that we don't trust our instincts and feelings, but animals do. This is why they can grow up and already know exactly what the protocol is, because they're trusting their instincts based on the environment. We complicate it by creating divisions of thought. You know, we second guess. It's part of our second nature, not our first nature. We always say, yeah, it's second nature to us. We just divided ourselves from source at that one moment. So I say that to say, when you give energy and pay energy, that's life force.
Yeah.
You know, when you pay attention, you also give time. And time is one of our strongest assets that we have, right? We're just breathing breaths away till our expiration. You know, so while we're here utilizing this privilege of energy, one thing I like to bring, you know, what Rashid brought up was sorcery. Sorcery could, you know, there's people who go over the edge and ritualize things, and, you know, in their own mind, they're reinforcing so much energy and elements to create an outcome, right? On a simple level, sorcery could be a form of wishing ill on someone, even if you feel it, even if it breeds into jealousy. Jealousy is a form of that. Jealousy is a low vibrational form of energy that could be used to damage somebody. So, you know, when people talk about haters, what are haters? We always talk about this. Anyone who exercises a level of hate energy is someone who feels a scarcity. It's a lack. They need to feast or host on other people. They need to be reinforced that, yo, you know, that greatness that I see in you, this is something that I need to see in myself. So I want to capture that or throw shade on that, diminish it, because that's where I'm at. You know, and that's the whole Christ narrative of what we're all going through. We're facing these trials of people who challenge us in general and are exercising this magic. Magic is not just, you know, beams going through a room. It's as simple as someone trying to frame your mind and manipulate it to going towards a different direction that's not towards your highest good. Like you said, if you feel empowered and you had this idea given from the divine to do, and you share this idea, because it's energy, you share this idea too liberally, and then you leave it at, you know, the disposable, the energy of how someone else, their relationship with how they receive information from others. Some people celebrate it because they acknowledge that, yo, you tapped into the source like I am. Other people say, you know what, I don't think that's going to work. And they're going to give you a list of their own insecurities. Because in reality, everything's possible.
Facts.
There's nothing that's impossible. It's like, yo, honestly, that's great, but keep this in mind. You know, instead of saying, yo, I ain't going to work because of this. You're already casting a spell on someone. And if they confided in you so much and have an emotional bond, your words carry more weight, because now they're locked into that energy. And this is why parenting is so important. You know, our parents are just young children. You know, they didn't know how to parent till we came up. So most of the things that they're reinforcing the trauma and the wounds, and they're just giving away that baton. To break that cycle, we got to take a step back and say, yo, why do I feel jealous when this a form of news comm, or when, you know, jealousy is also ruled by the energy of Scorpio or Pluto. Everyone has that in their chart. What do you want to possess?
Why Scorpio though?
Well, Scorpio is a water sign, and it's a fixed one. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It needs to be fixed because there's sometimes we need to be fixed in our ways and stand for something and not move. Yeah. It's okay. Now, when it becomes unhealthy, we tend to be fixed on the wrong things. We become fixed on relationships that are not productive or not feeding us. And not saying that you throw it away, but as responsible souls, you acknowledge it.
That's what I do though.
Bring light to it.
I just if the relationship within itself is not conducive to build, I just disregard it because it's like it's unnecessary energy. I used to, you know, us as humans, you see the potential in somebody and you be like, yo, I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to bring you up to this level because I see that you can come to this level. But one thing I realize is that, you know, certain human beings aren't meant to go to different levels. So therefore, me, myself, my remedy been just to discard it, you know what I'm saying? Because that energy seemed like it's just fixed at a certain level.
Well, you know, you bring a good point. I feel everyone eventually will reach that level, right? At least I'm an optimist, but I will say at their own time. Yeah. And the issue we have is we try to bring people, we're really projecting, we're codependent emotionally. Because a lot of us, we had to become our own reinforcers.
We're social beings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we socialize with people in the effect of both, you know what I'm saying, negative and positive energy. So when we build with people, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times with your friends, you're always looking for positive feedbacks. I mean, what's the point of having friends if you're not getting positive feedback where you can throw positivity, they can throw positivity. Correct. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So it's like, yeah, we're social beings, so therefore, yeah, you know, that's a must for us as human beings.
Correct. You know, we have different people in our lives that play different parts. Yeah. We always got that friend we can be very emotionally honest with. Yeah. But we don't hang out with them. We don't go to the club with them. You know what I'm saying? But we then have, you know, the other friends that we just party and hang and chop shit with, but we don't get too intimate with the details. We naturally feel this energy where we know where to place it. Yeah. But when it gets complicated is when we get too sucked and codependent on the energies of other souls that are on their own sovereign journey. And it's okay to lift as we climb. You know, you can kind of reinforce and help someone adjust. But there reaches a time where someone becomes what they call a karmic relationship. It's when they are stuck in that frequency. It's like an Inception when Leonardo DiCaprio had to go down a few levels and he seen his wife and she was still stuck in that reinforced reality. He's given life to a trauma. He's given life to a wound. We give life to our trauma, and we trauma bond with others who shared that same trauma or who had a certain level of trauma, and we feel that we can be healers. Because that's how we learn how to heal. We're wounded ourselves, and we know how to reinforce it. Yeah. But it reaches a point in time that if it becomes toxic, it's in the stage of what they call karmic relationship. And when it's a karmic relationship, it has to be addressed. And this one, you got to get Scorpio, blunt. There's no time for
pussyfooting around,
or actually not seeing the elephant in the room. This is the time to transform, because this is important. Our time is this is why people stay in marriages. They're unhappy for years, eating up time. Time is being killed because two people are really still together. There's an emotional bond that hasn't been cleansed. It just needs to be cleansed. It's not that it's wrong. It's just like our body. We just need a cleanse every now and then. It's just people go on relationships by default, realizing like, yo, especially, you know, I always tell men, and I think this is important. In astrology, I think every man and woman, but women specifically, should track their moon cycles, right? See where the moon is. And determine their moods as they go around, because the moon is a planetary body that rules over that dominion of woman and the emotional sphere, right?
And their cycle, because
Correct.
menstrual is moonstrual. So it doesn't mean that every full moon they're going to have their cycle.
Correct.
But that's 28 days for that full moon. They're going to have their own cycle of 28 days also.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? It's a female.
Correct. Everyone has a 28-day cycle. But one thing I noticed, when I was learning astrology and I was, in a full-blown relationship and dating, I started realizing, like, yo, normally when the moon is at this time, reaches, let's say the sun is sign of Sag on top of your Lilith, you become very erratic and rebellious in that nature. You feel that there's things that aren't fair. These themes are coming up because it's Lilith. Lilith is the planet of the woman who feels a sense of empowerment and wants to equalize things, right? Which is natural. So when you start seeing the cycles, it can be toxic if the person doesn't know why they're upset. That's why, especially a lot of women, I say to track their cycles, because at least there's this, I don't know why I'm upset. There's at least a gauge of saying.
I think that's important too, as men. Like, if you got a queen, yo, you got to be aware of her cycles, because some queens become very volatile during their cycles. When their cycles start coming up, then it's like on that movie, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
Correct.
You remember her?
Yeah.
She was just like, she was out there crazy. You know what I mean?
Correct.
And it's like, yo, that's, you gotta pay attention to that. That's very, very important, man. A lot of, man, she over here acting crazy, man. What's, have you been paying attention to it?
They don't. They take it personal. They think it's them. And then they're like, well, fuck you then. They're not getting intuitive with it because they're thinking too much with ego. They're thinking too much with that testosterone will take over.
But you know what, though? That's something that need to be taught by the elders to the youth. Because a lot of time, man, the elders don't even know. So it's a lot of jewels in relationships of understanding, what I call the duality of relationship, of it constantly going from negative to positive, negative to positive, negative to positive. And that's really what I think when you tracking astrology, that's really what you're watching. You're watching certain days of both positivity and negativity to break it down. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
This day seems like it's going to start off negative, then it ends up positive. And why is that? You know what I mean?
Correct.
And I think that's what astrology do. It explains why the humans go through the negative and positive and how to track it, you know what I'm saying, according to certain signs. Would you say that Leo is a positive or negative signs? And matter of fact, which signs are negative and positive?
That's a good question. The answer is all of them, right?
Yeah.
That's the short.
Which one is like predominant though?
Okay, so I can give you the themes that society tends to bring up a lot, right? A lot of times,
Good.
like I said, there's different octaves of energy, right? It's like a martial artist. Like Bruce Lee was an amazing martial artist, right?
Right, indeed.
He can definitely kick ass. But he can, it wasn't publicized. He had a body, right?
Sorry, y'all. Go ahead. This nigga spraying his cat, man.
That shit crazy.
No, they've had real full out fights and stuff. Go ahead. So go ahead.
We have an opportunity, like for example, Bruce Lee. He had a command over the Mars energy, martial arts, right? He had command over it. And he can kill somebody if he really wanted to. Meaning, we know he kicks ass, but we don't associate him as a murderer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But there are people who exhibited the same level of violence, and we don't give them that level of credit and respect. And they've exercised it to the extreme where they kill somebody using the same force.
Yeah.
Right? One uses it as a form of defense, right? But what does he do? He still has to exert it, because if he doesn't channel it, that's what creates the criminal or the killer.
Yeah, the build-up.
It's the build-up.
Yeah.
That's what it means for every single sign. There's a build-up. You have your subset of energy.
Yeah.
And there's a build-up, and you have to maintain your vehicle. It's like a car. Check your emotions. That's the moon in your chart. Check your emotions. How's your emotional body feeling? How have you been feeling? And normally when we talk, we say the keywords. I feel, especially when you hear someone respond, they're like, yeah, well, I feel quite happy today, or I feel that astrology is something that I can benefit from. Someone will say, I think I can benefit from astrology. They didn't feel that. This is a person talking from their mental body. So that's Mercury.
That's an air sign.
That's more air related, or someone who has who needs to process information, not feel it. Some people feel it. This is what astrology tells you. Everyone is unique to their own right, just like their fingerprints. Just like your breath. Your breath is just as unique as your fingerprints and your hands. That is a map. We're taught to not even look at it often. You know, it's
I got to point out that a lot of people don't realize how important their moon sign is, because everyone's talking about, oh, I'm a Gemini, yo, I'm a Pisces. Yeah, that's your sun sign.
Correct.
That's barely even half of you. You got to look at that moon sign, because it's layers of an onion. On the outside, you're your rising sign. People are going to see your rising. The second layer is that sun sign. They're going to say, okay, cool, you're a Leo, cool. But your moon sign, that's your core. That's your inner mentality. That's the way you really are on the inside. Sometimes people won't see that until they really get to know you.
Correct.
At first, they see that rising. Okay, I see how you dress. I see how you act. And then they see that sun sign. You know, it's layers of an onion, but people need to know their moon sign. Like look up moon sign calculator, at least. You know what I mean? I know it's to learn your whole chart is one thing.
I say to be really frank with you, don't be lazy, people. You guys invest so much in like everything else to just get a printout of how the stars were phrased or positioned when you took your first breath. I think it's important for you to at least understand that this is whatever you choose to believe in. This is the first moment God gave you breath. And it's just like throwing a pebble in the middle of a lake. That's the initial point that's gonna ripple your experiences. You know, and
she's saying it's like a snapshot of the universe when you was born
into your DNA, because it's working in the microcosm.
Correct.
Astrology isn't like working up in your brain necessarily. It's all in your cells in the microcosmic. This is all quantum physics at the end of the day.
It is quantum physics.
Do you know what I'm saying? It seems like magic, but it's quantum physics. Just like when we sage, people are like, what are you doing with them voodoo shit? No, this is sage. I'm clearing the air, because in the microcosmic world, it's cleaning.
Correct. And I want to explain that in terms of sorcery. I want people to understand that there's defense mechanisms, and we should feel more comfortable utilizing them, because a lot of people demonize even saging. You know, it's like, yo, you know, I don't understand what you're doing. Especially being Haitian, people kind of take the dark sorcery part, because you know it was advantageous for certain powers to demonize that type of science. You know, so
let me ask you this to bring up Haiti, because that's, you remember the fight between in Rwanda between the Hutu and the Tutsi tribe?
Vaguely.
You know that the two tribes went against each other because one was put up, you know what I'm saying, and the other one was put at a certain place class. Class, and they, you know, both went against each other. But if you ever watch that movie, it's a cold thing. I think it was called Hotel Rwanda. Is that when the Tutsi tribe, I think, don't quote me on this, but when the Tutsi tribe decided to fight against the Hutu tribe, they waited for a certain time in the energy of the universe, before they went to war. Like they waited, I think they waited for it to be a full moon, and they waited for something else. You know what I'm saying? Before they struck against the Hutu tribe.
Correct.
Do you think that the power that's going against Haiti right now is a power of sorcery? And if it is, what do you think can be used to break that power of sorcery against the Haitian tribe right now in Haiti?
That's a powerful question. Honestly, that's a very powerful question. And I received that, because that's a good point. One, see, I haven't shared this level, and this is why I tell people this is why astrology was kind of reserved for a certain sect of beings, right? Because you have to utilize it on a high octave. You can find someone's chart and you know exactly how to place and position and sabotage them if you really understand the science. The difference is there is this overarching universal spectrum or law that governs and punishes, you know, but it punishes someone who's taking away from a natural order, right? So this is why evil has to keep doing evil and get worse, because it can't get higher. It's too late. You have to keep going down and borrowing, because you're trying to escape the debt of the eventual return of the shift, which people say, hey, it could be Christ returning, or the Aquarius age is going in a different vibration. Whatever it is, it's happening because there's calamity occurring, right?
You know, when you just said that, yo, remind me of the karmatic period of the Nubians when they went back and conquested Egypt. The empire was called Karma.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's I gotta research that. But one thing I will say is you could use astrology to map out events and plan ahead. For example, yes, you can plan wars. That's how United States.
That's how the kings and queens did it.
This is how the kings and queens and the nobles and people who are elite, they have advisors. Like even the president, when they say, like in Libya and things like that, and they say, hey, we have a special advisor that we have to consult with.
Yeah.
And
sorcerer.
It's really, or I won't say a sorcerer per se. It can literally, because astrology can just be the nerd that just says, here's the map, here's the weather report. That's it. It's just the math, right?
Yeah.
The sorcerer is the one who's utilizing that math for their own devious means. This is why a nuclear war can't happen in just any moment, because the energy needs to be available in the sky. And when people actually study the dates that war was announced, they'll or when bombs were released and dropped, you realize that uranium sounds familiar, right? Uranus and uranium, when they discovered that planet, there was an aspect in relation towards the development of that, a thing, and even plutonium, So to answer your question about Haiti is much like all places. Every place has some form of sorcery or magic we're defending on. Haiti has taken a forefront because in the spiritual realm, they were one of the few that actually kicked ass and won. So it's more like, okay, we want to drag your energy throughout the mud, But one of the things I think, I'm using the word think, is it's in the best nature, for one, people to be aware of a problem. One thing, my Dukes always told me is, to solve a problem, you got to know you have one. And if you know you have one, you solve half of it already, right? So if it's spiritual in nature, we have to understand that, geographically there's fault lines there, right? It's an unlucky place geographically. But it just so happens that there's high-ranking people that I won't say their names, but there's political figures that have a very big interest there. There's a lot of...
Like the Clintons? But go ahead.
Yeah, you can say their names.
So
good.
And then you also have oligarchs or the elites, the bourgeoisie, who are out there who have a vested interest in the assets of the land and the control. And then you have the people who are confused, who are removed from their ancestral roots and colluded with different spiritual practices and beliefs. Even amongst Christians, they have different sects and they're confused. Not even people within the same church don't believe in the same thing. No one does. This is even astrology tells you, that what you're believing in is where you're putting your attention and energy to. Now it has to be productive. Prayer without works is fruitless. Is dead. So for the Haitians to really get out of that situation, I say this for all of humanity, you have to break the spell and acknowledge that there's something happening, right? That's one. Because a lot of them are colluded with feeling that they're getting karma. So that's the story they painted on themselves. Changing the story is what changes the people. Even in, like Rashad said, if you make a film, most films don't show empowered figures. If you make a film simply of Haiti reviving from such a devastating earthquake, and they start using, there's so many people and so much land, everyone is like, yo, fuck this, let's build agriculture here. You know what, let's change this whole place and make it certified organic, so now we can sell our fruits and vegetables throughout the world and actually get on our economic vibe. It's simple. It's just organization. It's not hard. None of these answers are hard. To solve anything in life is not hard. The thing is getting people to pay attention. Distractions are there just to hit us, all left field. Because I'm not going to say, yo, we're going to have to cut some goat heads and pray to certain deities to create that outcome. We are the power. And I think that there is a prayer. I think there's power in prayer, personally. These things could work, but I think prayer is what's going to handle it. And when I say prayer, it means you know how I'm communicating from my mouth. It's entering your ears, but it's going to some different field than you. You're still you accessing different networks. Even people who are behind this camera, they're thinking and adjusting towards the information that's they're gathering. It's feedback.
That's right.
So if everyone were to say, okay, there's an issue in this world, we complain too much about it. Cancer can be solved by people becoming more emotionally sensitive and regarding their speech and how it can impact someone emotionally. If someone is wounded, lend a helping hand and try to heal. And if someone is wounded, they have to want to heal themselves. If they don't want to be healed, they're going to bring you down. And we have to be really ruthless with respecting the laws of the universe. You know, or else it's self-sabotage. Then we go in a cycle. Now we meet either the same person we try to escape from in a different form and different body, thinking that we solved the lesson. You know, normally when people break up and for whatever reason, and there's unfinished business and there was no closure, there's this emotional signature that's entering the atmosphere. And that emotional signature that's actually entering the atmosphere is sending a signal out for the universe to really attract someone where you left off that can continue your lesson. And
that's why most dudes will find themselves dating the same girl. Like, yo, all 4 of my exes were Tauruses.
Correct.
What's up with that? You know what I mean? They don't realize that you're dating the same girl.
Correct.
Over and over again because you're attracting that energy.
You attract that energy. And many times this is why I tell people, hey, if you actually ask people what their signs are, if you look at their charts, you'll notice like, yo, you may not date the person with the same sun sign. Meaning they may not, all my girls may not be Libras or Tauruses or Virgos or whatever. But you realize like, yo, all of them have a moon sign in Aquarius or a moon sign in Scorpio.
That energy's there.
That energy is there. And when people start noticing those patterns and have that comfortable conversation about your birthday, instead of making it just a day you know, get drunk and make it redundant, it's your life. This is the moment. Years ago, a few degrees ago, this is your first breath. So when you actually realize like, yo, you keep attracting the same people,
right,
it can either get worse or better. That's us driving the seat, and that's the alchemy that we're facing with.
And once you're in control, you start realizing who your favorites are.
Correct.
Like I start realizing, yo, I'm digging that Gemini energy. These Gemini females, I see a little pattern going on here. I'm getting a lot of success with these Geminis. You know what I mean? So next thing you know, you're like, oh, you a Gemini? Oh, I know exactly what's gonna happen now. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
It's crazy. Oh, real quick, we got a super chat. If you want to, if you can grab this real quick.
Positive and negative, or good and bad, push and pull create friction, which create things. This is why women get moody and negative during period, but it's fertile right after. To talk about one thing. The divine masculine and the divine feminine, Mars is normally a positive energy and Venus is a negative. Women can be naturally negative. And when I say negative, get rid of the dissonant context from negatives. Meaning they see all the potential of all possibilities. Therefore, it is potential that something can go negative. They have to inform you. They birth the womb in an environment. They're letting you know in the community that this could be a potential I birth.
Right.
Men will have to be positive and saying, go, let's go towards this direction. Very linear.
Right.
So, but every human being is both masculine and feminine, positive and negative.
Left brain, right brain.
Left brain, right brain. So it's important for us to know when to negate the bullshit.
Right.
We don't have to be positive all the time. That's the biggest issue.
Right.
You become superficial and you feel this lack because now when you're really angry, you have to delude yourself towards an energy that's not really real. You know?
That's why we got to watch what we consume too, because alcohol might bring out your moon energy.
Now,
and then cannabis might bring out your Venus energy.
Now, I want to let you know that's a good point because mind-altering substances is ruled by the planet Neptune.
Okay, that's true. Yeah,
which is ruled by the sign of, you know. Shouts out.
That's music, imagination.
Yo. Oh, you good?
I'm having sparkling water.
Come on. Hey,
peace.
Go ahead, continue.
But Neptune rules mind-altering substances or illusions.
Which rules Pisces, which is why
rules-
us Pisces need to be careful with substances.
Correct. Naturally, everyone's relationship with mind-altering substances is their Neptune placement. And Pisces, being the ruler of that sign, they can be susceptible towards abuse of these mind-altering substances.
That's why I gotta be sober, y'all. I stay sober.
Now,
Gotta do it.
Now, there's a time and place. Now, I'll be honest. There's a time and place because that's why certain people get inebriated. There is a time and place. Some people are too rigid that they're not flexible or fluid, and mind altering can also be a movie, or music.
That's true. Well, we get the word tune from Neptune.
Correct.
I'm listening to some tunes. That's
Correct. Correct. And that's the framework that's still within this universe. It's still perfectly aligned, you know. And this is why people say humans tend to deify and say Neptune, the god of music, and this and this and that, as if it's an entity walking around and making a choice. No, it's part of the divine's organized system. We call it Neptune in this moment in time.
The Greeks gave us that name.
The Greeks have observed it, and just like they called Egypt, you know, cool. If I say Egypt, you know what I'm talking about, right? But so Neptune is mind altering, weed mind altering, music mind altering, aspirin can be mind altering.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we can mind alter ourselves every moment. You ever sit back and daydream? You're exercising Neptune. See, people don't understand magic until I bring it down to surface value and realize, like, yo, whenever you're daydreaming, you're using Neptune. Women are naturally good at this because they're more intuitive. They have to go with their feeling receptors. This is why they can sense something happening to their child even at a distance. But what's distance between time and space? They can connect instantly, right? They don't have that barrier if they really feel connected to something, right? So us men have to also master that too. Once we get that, we become more intuitive, we become more sensitive and aware, but we still have control over the masculine output of it as well. It's balance. When it's imbalanced, it can exhibit an exterior behavior that people can now start identifying and making groups surrounding that, when in reality it's energy management, right?
Yeah. Energy management. I like that term. That's what it all is at the end of the day.
Facts. You know,
Energy management.
Consciousness, awareness of yourself.
Yeah.
To know thyself is to know thy chart.
correct. And
Who told you that?
Yo, I put that shit together. It's like
That's
to
hard.
know thyself.
That was hard.
You know, at least your sun and moon. I mean, you don't gotta go all crazy and like figure what is this Uranus?
You're
man?
right. You're right.
At least get the sun and moon going.
Correct. You know what? To answer, not everyone doesn't have to go as deep as I decided to go deep.
Yeah, I went deep too.
I'm
I
gonna tell.
like that.
I'm gonna tell people why I decided to go deep. Right. I started healing family trauma because I started realizing that there was trauma that existed within my parents and peers, right? They were trying to manage energy themselves. And the more I started reading my chart and understanding that, okay, there's a reason why my father was in my life at a certain period of time. Many people become so resentful at how the cards play because there's no instruction guide that's really telling you that you're really setting up yourself to actually shift and break a cycle. Just like why people who deal with trauma is ruled by Scorpio and Pluto, by the way, and Pluto rules power. When someone goes through trauma, that means something was forced in their reality construct without their permission. And if they're able to transmute that, they can become a testimony for other people to heal, or for other people who, or to avoid circumstances like that for those in the future. It's like the Christ narrative. We make a sacrifice. We die. We some part of us dies, and then now we're like, yo, we're gonna be an advocate against something.
Right.
You know, it can be health related. It could, and you know, so and so in my family experienced this type of ailment, so now this is the cause I'm dealing with.
Right.
It's because it's linked,
That's deep.
and the universe is already conspiring to create a higher vibration. And not everyone, when I say not everyone will make it through, not everyone will be, many will be called, few will be chosen, meaning it's a choice. You don't have to go deep into the science, but if you at least are aware of your own inner clock, you then start to realize like, okay, I think it's in my best interest to rest this day and not overexert myself. And then other times to realize like, yo, I might get emotional and lash out on someone today. Whenever the simulation comes towards me, I'm a curve the matrix. It's an agent. And this is what my belief is. I think it's trying to keep you in a certain vibration. And that's the real magic happening. And whether it's in Haiti or any of that. But that's why I say it's only the universal law or Pisces, God. It's only God that's going to help us. And what I mean by that is we've been so far removed that the universe has to create the polarity of being saved. It's just the law of the universe. Now it reaches a certain point. Now the audit has to happen. It catches up. People all of a sudden say, you know what? I'm not really interested in this type of rap no more. Let me just, people are tuning into a different consciousness because the whole industry tried to reinforce magic to make it one way for an agenda. The magic lasted a few years, but a blimp compared to eternity. So it ain't nothing, Yeah. So that's
Priest. Why don't we get Priest chart real quick? Priest, can you give me your birth date?
Oh yeah, we can.
Just because I don't want to say it on the air.
Well, everybody know my birthday.
Yeah, but just write it down and the year and the time and the location where you were born.
You already got. You already answered. All right, here we go.
We're just gonna put it on screen, but we're just gonna put the chart on screen, right?
Yeah.
Put down my birthday.
Your birthday and the year and the time, and then he about to go in.
I'm in another state right now.
Hey, it's so cool.
No, you're not in California.
Yeah. Okay. You're a Leo.
Yeah.
August what?
August 5th.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So what was your rising?
Leo as well.
Yours, Leo. Damn.
Yeah.
Double house.
I have a stellium of planets in Virgo, so that's the real analytical.
I can't even write, yo.
Are you familiar with the houses? I'm sure you're into the houses.
Correct.
Too?
I want to be able to pull up exhibits if I sent it in.
Because to understand the planets and your chart is one thing.
Correct.
But it's a whole other way of reading astrology when you're into the houses. And that's the aspect where I was like, yo, I'm going to put that on pause. I paused the houses because that shows destiny. That shows where you're going in life. And I was like, yo, that's deep. Because the part where it just talks about the characteristics and the personality breakdowns for me was enough. I thought like, yo, this is deep astrology. I like going into how it's connected to the Bible and the music like that. That's where I'm at. But the whole thing with the houses, it's a whole realm, bro.
It's a different
What else do
realm.
I put? Pardon me.
So date, time, and location.
Location.
And just to let people know, you're right. When you understand the houses of astrology, I like to break it down. When you're looking at your houses, you're looking at different experiences of your own universe. When you walk outside your home, the house is the first house. The fourth house. The home is the fourth house, right? In astrology. And I will show and I'll articulate
Which would be Cancer, technically.
Which is ruled normally by Cancer.
I'm gonna pull
you
it
gonna
up.
pull it up? All right, cool. The moment anyone leaves your house, you're in a different universe.
Right.
You're in a different house of experiences. The moment you go to an office building or to your job, the moment you step inside that building, you're in a different house of experience. You're still going through the universe, but you only can really put so much energy. You can't be at your house and at work at the same time unless your job is at home, and therefore that's your experience. Right. But if you're going and traveling literally as a body, you're going to the grocery store. Every single place you're going into creates a different mood and atmosphere. It's a new simulation. The moment you step inside your house, you feel relieved. What is that phenomenon?
Right.
That is energy actually in motion, emotion. It is moving. And you're going to work. Your relationship with your work environment is going to determine the mood in that atmosphere. You go to work and you're like, yo, this shit fucking sucks, right? You're going to go in that cycle until you break the cycle. And it's only until you observe a different part of you, what you want out of your life, and you make that shift, right? Now, when you hang out with your friend groups, that is a different experience. Even if you're traveling, you're in that collective, you act like a different person. And this is what I'll illustrate on the chart when we pull it up in the screen. But in reality, you're not just your sun sign. You're every sign in a different department of life. And this is why people look down on astrology, because everyone is just focusing on their ego, which is the sun sign. Yes, the sun carries a lot of weight, but when you start looking at a person's chart, you're like, oh, this is why this person has this unique attribute on top of just being one sign. It's like, yo, this is the Gemini that's actually emotional, and this is the Gemini that's actually not emotional at all. But they're both Geminis. The emotions is the moon. So more than likely their moon placement is different. And that will determine that. But this Gemini right here really prioritizes working out. This one right here is actually
Women's
just,
hospital.
you know,
New York.
you could just put New York on that, Brooklyn, New York. So that's one thing I want to express, and we'll pull up the chart right now.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, do your thing.
All this tea, yo.
Oh yeah, all that tea had me flushed out too. This is some good tea, by the
Thanks,
way.
brother. Thanks. Oh.
Okay. Do you want to see the wheel?
I want to see the wheel. I want to see the wheel. I want to see the classic.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna put it up right here. We'll wait until he gets back so we can do the of it.
Correct. You know, in the meantime, you don't mind pulling up the exhibits I sent you on email.
Yeah, got you.
Gotcha.
Get that set up. I'm gonna put it over here so I can put it on screen.
Got you.
Let me just check this real quick. All right, here we go.
And
Yeah, I didn't used to believe in, astrology and zodiac signs until I noticed a pattern. And the pattern was I had 3 Gemini women in a row. And then I was like, it's something to this. You know what I'm saying? It got to be something to this for me to have 3 Gemini women in a row. And they all behave and acted in the same manner.
yeah.
Yep.
And it all ended terribly.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh yeah,
Appreciate it.
it's something going on.
See, I made a spill right here. Spills is ruled by Neptune, so it's a lot of spiritual. It's a lot of spiritual energy in the atmosphere.
No, I'm not. Nah, lock the door.
You know.
Yo, it's good to it's good to meet someone else who's like deep into astrology too, because sometimes I feel like I'm the only one. Do you know a guy named David Palmer?
David Palmer, he sounds familiar.
The Leo King.
Oh yes, yeah.
He's big
yeah,
on
familiar.
YouTube. He's a homie of mine too.
Yeah.
Big celebrity astrologer.
Yeah, celebrity
That
astrologer.
dude's been on BET
Correct.
and MTV and all that. It's a homie of mine. Namaste Today with Christopher Witecki.
Correct. Yep. I'm familiar. Yeah.
He's got the best channel on YouTube.
Yeah. So and you know I really one thing I really appreciate, especially 13 years ago, there wasn't a lot of people who embraced the science.
Yeah.
And I like how I like to tell people that I'm just a student. Like everyone else is, right?
Students.
And
Yeah.
a lot of every astrologer or person who has command over this energy is going to channel it in a unique way.
Yeah.
One thing I've learned through my progression is I've met astrologers that were really good with veterinary astrology. They knew how to assess animals, and that was their focus.
So then you're aware of medical astrology.
Correct.
So the malefics being Mars and Saturn, if you have those in certain parts of your body, for example, like Mars in Virgo or Saturn in Virgo, you may have stomach issues.
Correct. I also have Mars in Virgo, so yeah, I can attest to that. It's
That's crazy. The medical astrology, once that shit gets medical, and I brought that up to a few people. I'm like, I'm looking at their charts, and it's like, Mars in Capricorn. You have any problems with your knees?
correct, or bones or teeth.
Yeah.
and things
Well,
like that.
how'd you know that shit?
Yeah,
What?
yeah. That's one thing. Eventually, when I get in depth in readings, and one thing Akhu is enlightened me on is the 8th place method, right? And we'll figure that out once we pull up his
Okay,
chart.
this is crazy. That's
You
good.
know.
Okay, so I got the assets you sent right here.
Correct. So I like to click on the rainbow wheel right there.
Right here.
Yep, that's cool.
Okay. 1 second.
All right.
Can't wait for this. This is gonna be dope.
So actually, if you can pull up his chart and
Yeah.
On if you pull up his chart right quick. Is that equal housing?
I don't know what you mean.
All right. So is let me see.
I'm assuming.
What time were you born?
2:15.
2:15
a.m.
a.m. Okay, so that's 2:15 a.m.
So the houses is right here, right? Or is this the first house where it says the 1?
Yeah, you might have to go to another site. Just astro.com is a cool start.
Okay, I'll read.
Or Cafe Astrology. That's very easy.
Cafe Astrology.
Yeah.
Hey, he just launched an album called Summer and Cafe.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I see the stars is aligned for this.
Everything lined
Shouts
up.
out to that.
Word.
Okay, I'll repunch it in.
All right, so
Where's it at here?
bringing up astrology and the regular reality, you're living life all the time. You already know what life is.
True indeed.
Right? You just decide to look deeper into it if you want to.
And want, like you said, observing better.
Observe better, realize like, okay, if I am dating the same woman over and over again, you see, we get so lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
We don't realize a lesson is coming again.
Facts. Big facts.
And it always appears timely.
Yeah.
And once you understand your rhythms, and I say this for all the audience out there, once you know your rhythms, you understand what days are opportune for you. And when I say opportune, people like to say, yo, don't fortune tell, right? It's not a level of fortune telling. It's like forecasting. It's like, yo, in this day, you might be more susceptible to being, you might have more energy at your disposal, right? So maybe you can plan a physical activity during this moment in time. Yeah. And you don't need to know that. You can just sense it and say, you know what, today I feel this way. Maybe there's an advantage I have.
Right? I always like to run missions closer towards the full moon. I feel like I be having the most amount of energy.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of bring the moon cycle into this. Moon, when we manifest and do anything, where the moon is can kind of sway the direction of that manifestation. It's always best to set a new intention during a new moon. Even farmers used to plant during a new moon because they realized they increase the yield of the plant because the light at night will be brighter and brighter till it becomes full. So that plant is getting more.
Yeah, you're sending the plant through a cycle.
Yeah, you're bringing it through a cycle.
Yep.
And during a full moon is when a realization happens or it leads up to an event that started from the force that you brought in towards the new moon, right? When it wanes, meaning it's going from full moon downwards, which it's going right now, we're really processing the cycle that we just went through.
That's true indeed, yo.
Everyone is subject to it, and I don't care whoever someone is. It's especially after the full moon that happened a few days ago. Don't bite me. Nah, it's all cool. All cool. Cat.
Catholic.
So when it goes downwards, that's when you got to finish business. You or you're disseminating. Like me, this is something that I believe it was around the new moon that you brought up this opportunity, right? To even communicate. We wanted to plan this in many different dates. I wasn't telling him, yo, we need it on this day or that day. I left it to the universe.
Facts.
And it just so happened, that we gather here today, and even all the guests, we share a similar master.
That's
at
right.
the same moment in time. It wasn't planned.
It was a Scorpio day today.
It was a Scorpio. Now, now let's look at the energies that are within the room. We have Scorpios, Leo, and we have Pisces, and we have Sagittarius. And I'm not too sure
She's Sagittarius too.
Sagittarius? Okay. 2 Sagittarius are sitting in the couch. 3. So so there's
Divas, what's up with the divas?
So this is for everyone who's outside, who's watching. We have 3 Sagittarius that we're observing. We have a Pisces that's orchestrating, who happens to be what's your rising sign?
Libra.
Always
trying to balance everything out.
Balancing and keeping everything level, right? Even amongst disturbances, you're the one who solves the issue.
I always balanced it all out.
And we have a Leo who is the center, holding the energy and being a light, right?
With a moon in Aquarius.
With a moon in Aquarius.
That's why he goes into outer space. That's why his lyrics are so crazy. Because that moon in Aquarius has him like in the cosmos, man.
So a few days ago, the full moon definitely was active for you.
Dude.
Oh yeah, I did feel that way.
Yeah,
Yo, it's crazy.
Yeah. So it's
charged up. Go ahead.
You feel charged up, or you feel a revelation, and this is how you can make the pulse. If it's a good transit and it's a full moon and it feels good, okay, you on the good side. And when I say the good side, meaning you just measuring energy as you go along. Sometimes it tells you what you need to edit.
Right.
That's life. You're given grace. Like, you know, I like to bring the whole biblical element. Christ already died on the sins for everyone. Right. We have so many chances right now while we're alive to get it right. You know, so just to show the synchronization, we have 3 Sages that happen to be here today. Right. And we had 2 Scorpios, right? And 2 Leos and a Pisces Libra.
Homeboy was a Pisces.
AD. Your
no, what was the other cat?
He was
that was with him.
Scorpio. He was a Sag.
Oh, he's a Sag. Okay.
Yeah. So Sag.
Right.
And you have Moon in Leo. You have Moon in Aquarius.
Yeah.
Your moons are directly opposed from each other, right?
Wow.
So there's the math right there that at least tells you that even in the conversation of astrology, which is ruled by Aquarius, even the subject that we're having is really based on where the moon was disseminating. Plus, we got to know what's happening in the stars right now. So what's in Aquarius at this exact moment? We have Saturn and we have Jupiter.
Retrograde Jupiter.
Retrograde. Jupiter is broadcasting and the dissemination or the expansion or the dissemination of information, right? It's in Aquarius. We're having a discussion about astrology, but more importantly, we're having a discussion about how humanity can change. That's really the bottom line. There's a million ways to get it, but here's one science that covers a spectrum and at least no matter what religion, what creed, what ideology, we all shared a breath.
Yeah.
No matter what. And astrology is just one of those outfits that says, hey, let's measure where your breath is at that first point, and we'll get into it right now.
Now, real quick, if the moon's in Aquarius, but my moon's in Leo, doesn't it mean that that planet is against me because it's my opposite and it's transiting opposite of me? Okay. Haven't you noticed that?
Correct. So when there's opposition transits, it's approximately 180 degrees away. It's 180 degrees.
It's noticeable though.
Correct.
This is something that's noticeable because, especially for against sun signs. So in Aries, sun sign Aries, who is the moon is transiting in Libra, they're not having the best day. Do you notice that? So when the moon's opposing your sun sign, I noticed that moon is against you in that day, and you may not have a good day. And then when it's in your sun sign, you're feeling pretty good.
You're challenged.
Okay.
So it's like lifting weight.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Sometimes, and I must admit, when I first started studying the science, and I started observing Mars, that was one of the first ones that I like to look at, to see where my energy is when it comes to, because Mars was noticeable. Days where I would hear more sirens or more agitation or more conflict, that's when I'm like, yo, how do I break this cycle, right? You start realizing when there's opposition, you have an opportunity to combat that energy or you balance it. It's the balance. It's the Libra thing because opposition starts in astrology naturally with Aries as the first sign. It's the beginning of the year. It's March 21st in spring.
It's the Lamb of God.
Right? Opposite Aries is Libra, which is ruler of the 7th house in astrology.
Perfect 7.
Perfect 7 is the opposition. The 7th house is also the house of open enemies. Many people, and the word enemy means someone who's not a friend. That's all it means, right? Which covers a lot of people. Some people can be enemies without knowing. It's not purposeful. This is where we take it too personal, right? Sometimes someone opposes you so you can strengthen up your skill set. Even, I don't want to bring your story into this, but, even with Nori and Killah Priest, there was a form of opposition initially, but it takes masters to want to alchemize it. That's
What's
when you...
Nori's sign?
I'm not too sure.
Somebody in the chat will put it up if they can figure out Nori's sign.
So...
But that's breaking destiny. Because this knowledge makes you aware of what the stars would have done if you didn't know this shit. And then you're aware to be like, wait, I was about to go down this path, but now that I know that Mars is doing all this shit, I'm about to not do this. Now you just broke the matrix. You just unplugged what your destiny would have done, and now you're following a different timeline. Like in the Marvel universe, you're a variant. And now you broke the timeline, and now you're going through another timeline because your knowledge of astrology made you aware of what you would have done had you not known it. And break your own timeline. Now you're a variant. Everyone who saw Loki knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, to a degree, and I'll use my words carefully because the word destiny is ruled by the North Node and South Node, right?
Deep, man.
So the destiny doesn't change. It's like a rope. You ever see a rope hanging from a ceiling and it has a whole bunch of little strands in it?
Right.
All those strands are the choices that lead you up to the top anyway. You can move through those ropes, but you're still going to that destiny point. So what astrology is telling you is, A, you know it's going to rain tomorrow. You can choose to bring your rain outfit. Or if you didn't know it was going to rain and you get rained on, you can choose to be upset and you mad that you got rained on. Or you can say, you know what, I got rained on today, but I'm going to choose to be happy. Whatever. I'm going to embrace this, right? But it still happens. It still rains. That's what it is.
So you're saying learning the astrology was part of the timeline anyway?
It's part of the timeline, but you can change the octaves or the channels. And I want to talk about the channels. On this day, you're supposed to have conflict. You can make that conflict go away by simply going to the gym.
Wow.
Simple.
Yeah.
You channel it.
But what if you have conflict at the gym? It happened anyway.
It will happen. And if it encounters you, that's your relationship with the knowledge. You can pass the test by saying, yo, honestly, you got it. You have literally given Mars nothing to fight.
Because you knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming, and you don't have to put your ego on it because you realize that person is really trying to bring karma towards them.
Now you sound like the Oracle.
Now you're going in.
This sounds some Oracle talk right here, because it's like you've already made that decision.
You know what? I'm gonna say this.
Get closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. We got to set up another time.
Yeah,
we can have you up here again.
Yeah.
We done 4 hours. I gotta.
Okay, let's get to his chart then real quick.
Okay.
All right, so we'll do this real quick.
Yeah, no, I want you
real quick.
to definitely come back, man.
I'll come back and I'll definitely do that. But I just want to show people what they're looking like, looking at in the screen, right? So what we have here is a wheel, right? And we have a lot of different symbols, or what they call glyphs. These little symbols, you see the crescent moon on the top right side.
Look like the Stargate.
Yeah, it does.
And you see all these different symbols. They represent the different planets, right?
Right.
Now, if you take the circle and you cut it up into 12 slices, right? That's the houses. You see that line that goes directly in the middle? That's the horizontal? Yes, right there. That is the horizon. What's above it is the skyline, or what's above Earth. Yes.
Oh, it's round too.
Yes. And what's below it is what's under Earth.
Right.
Now, look at the second house where that circle sign is and the dot in the middle. Keep going down. Yeah, right there with the circle and dot. That's your sun. That's the sun symbol. It's a circle and a dot.
Wow.
Energy disseminating from a center point, right? So it's in the sign of Leo when you see it right there.
Right.
And if you go up to that same line in the angle where that arrow points to the left in the horizon, right there. If you go there, now go all the way to the left. That sign is the sign of Cancer. Remember I said you're either Gemini or Cancer rising?
Did say that. Yep.
And it was very close. As you clearly see, it was very close.
Wow.
And
that's crazy. He did it out of his head, yo. Earlier, it was crazy.
Oh yeah.
So if you look at the sun sign, it's in the second house. So each of these houses, like from the arrow, that arrow goes downward, and that's the first house. So there's 12 slices. Like that's 1 slice, 2 slice, 3 slice, 4 slice. Each of those slices is a slice of life, if I can just make it that way. Where those planets were are the energies that are within those experiences, or the matrix of that part of life, right? So you have Mercury and Virgo, right? So that it's a similar trait. I have Mercury in Virgo as well. So you're very analytical. Your words have many meanings. You're able to refine words, and entendres and metaphors is something you have mastery over, right? It's because you have a critical mindset.
Master lyricist.
Critical mindset.
Critical mindset. Critical meaning Virgo. Mindset meaning Mercury. That's why the planet Mercury, if you look at that green symbol right there, yep, that's the planet of communication, and it happens to be in the 3rd house, which also happens to be the home in Virgo. So the planet of communication is in the sign of criticism, feedback, refinery, because Virgo rules refining, right? Improving. This is why people say, hey, Virgos are so critical.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with being critical.
Rasul.
In the higher octave, it's just pointing out what could be improved. And if you don't take offense to it, you have just accelerated your healing. You're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna make that adjustment. That's what you do for yourself and your mindset.
I do
right?
do that. Yeah.
And also knowledge of herbs and even tea is something that you can make commerce off of, because Mercury rules commerce. Virgo rules the actual plants and elements that we have here on this planet as well, and the dissemination of health and wellness. So, and moving forward, you look at that sign, and I'll make it brief. Let's go to
Dory is a Virgo.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, okay, cool. So you also have the moon sign, which is in the 8th house. If you go, actually, let's go on Venus. Let's look at Venus. You got Venus in the right there. So that blue sigil is Venus, and the one right next to it is Uranus. That little red sign, that's Uranus, and the one right next to it is Pluto, the purple one, right? And left to it is Mercury. Left to that is the sun symbol, and left to that is Mars, right? So
Mars and Leo.
Mars and Leo, which is double Leo energy. That's a lot of which are Zen has Mars and Leo as well.
That's crazy.
So you guys share a similar Mars placement. I just want to show people how it happens live. And if you go all the way to the right, you see that little 4 symbol, that green symbol. That's Jupiter, right? You have Jupiter about 1 degree in Scorpio, right? And to the left of that is Neptune, which is at the end of Scorpio. And go higher up, that is the moon, which was in Aquarius. Now, you notice that the moon was above the horizon, right? So when you were born, the moon was at that part of the sky, illuminated. So just so people can break it down and say, yeah, you're looking at a 2-dimensional image, but this is how the actual sky looked like. It's just demystifying.
Wow.
Look at the firmament right here.
So
What are you trying to prove? Do something.
so the moon was approximately in the 8th house.
So this is like actual, like boom, the moon was right there in that horizon.
This is his first breath.
Wow.
Now, you see these lines in the middle? These lines that you see in the middle are what they call aspects. Aspects is the relationship between all those planets and each other. You see all that? All these lines going, there's red ones, there's green ones, and all that. An opposition, if you look at the planet, let's look at Mars and Leo. Point right there in Mars and Leo where he got it. Boom. Now go all the way to Aquarius, to the moon. You see how it's opposite? You see that line that goes straight down? That's an opposition sign. That means it's 180 degrees. So moon opposing Leo. That's really a connotation. So your emotional body versus your passions can be at conflict at times.
Right.
You may feel indifferent versus your actions. So at times, in order to balance that, it either is a creative endeavor or creative endeavor that makes you feel like you're giving back to humanity. That ultimately will balance those type of energies. This is why, most people read a person's chart to kind of tell them who they are. I think over time, you'll learn how to avoid being the low versions of these placements. So when you look at your strengths, you see the sun is in Mercury. You see Mercury right there. Mercury is in Virgo, in the 3rd house. So the cat is getting fleeced with air.
Yeah.
But you see Mercury right there. The green symbol.
Yeah.
Right there, and now go to Saturn all the way to the top left. Yeah, it's approximately, see that little line?
Is that like a sextile?
That's a trine.
A trine.
That's 120 degrees away. That means the relationship between those planets, the planet of discipline and the planet of communication, is in good aspect. Trine means 120 degrees away, means the energy between those two are actually pleasant, which means when you come, even when you structure communication, or even when you're riding, things like that, you bring historical, which is Saturn, old, knowledge, which is Mercury, to relevancy.
Yo, this is the advanced shit. I'm not even into this stuff yet.
This is the best natal chart reading I've had.
And I'll be honest, you know, and I appreciate that. I'll let you know that Akhu is, and I give homage to him.
You gotta bring him on.
He will definitely disseminate this in another octave that is very deep. One thing as a student of that is knowing how, when you're experiencing your life, if there's a Virgo in your life like Nori, he's in, depending on the date he was born, he's in your 2nd and 3rd house. So most likely the 3rd house, because it deals with broadcasting. So even the conflict is not even an opposition. It's really for you to make a case for the public. The public is actually going to get the benefit based on two people's interactions. You know what I'm saying?
Right, indeed.
So, what's the name? That nigga over there wilding, yo.
But long story short, to wrap this up.
Right. That cat want to attack him. Go ahead.
Long story short, for all the people out there, this may look like hieroglyphics to you initially, but over time, when you understand the rules and the associations, you'll see some profound insight. And mind you, this is just knowing your chart, not the transits, which is what's happening now in relation to what you see on the screen. That's enough. That's something else, right? Like today, Mars is in your, the moon is in Aries in your 10th house, right? So, you know, you're able to, in the 10th house right there, a little bit higher in Aries, that's left to the perfect. So the moon actually is in Aries today, right? So you're disseminating, you're coming on a broadcast today, and you're actually broadcasting some new insight. Everything is different outside the box. Astrology is considered outside the box. It's not something that people could, is custom to, but I just want to share this to a lot of people that get your natal chart.
Crazy.
And there's a lot of information online where you can understand those aspects. And if you want any more information, you can hit me up on Instagram on Majestic Marv. And I appreciate you, Killah Priest, for
it's been powerful, bro. It's been powerful, man.
I appreciate you, brother.
And then if people want to find out what's going on with where the moon's at right now and shit like that, they can go to what current astro weather online, right? And they can see exactly where everything is right now.
Okay, where is it?
Remember how you said the moon was in Aries?
Yep, there it is.
There it is right there. And they can compare that to their own chart, and that'll tell them a little bit of insight. Like, you know, if the moon's in Aries and your moon's in Aries, you should be feeling pretty good emotionally. Is that correct?
Well, one thing, when the moon is in Aries, everyone can be aroused because Aries is normally ruled by Mars. And, you know, they say the god of war and things like that. Yeah. And the moon, your emotions you can get hot-blooded quick, right? Or the best thing for you to do, one, avoid house fires, you know, or, you know, shut off the stove or look after your things. That's normally, Malcolm X had moon in Aries, and that's why his, you know, he had a fire in his house several times in his life. Moon in Aries, fire in the home, moon. But today is
I had a fire when I was young. Yeah, the fire was in my house. It's crazy.
So was it electrical base?
I don't even know. I was too young. My sister was in there asleep.
Okay, more than likely electrical base because you had moon in Aquarius.
Birthday was August 5th.
August 5th as well?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, Wow. Moon in the 8th house. That's one thing I will talk about another time. But yeah, that's the weather report for today. But you know,
that's crazy, yo. Yo, this been crazy, yo.
Right?
This been like one of the best days on this podcast, you know. And once again, you know, Nori people reached out to me, and that's been great, man. Because meshing the positive in this, and what you brought out, man, you just let me see. Because AD is really good with astrology, but you just took it on a whole nother level. And
Another octave.
Another octave. Another octave. And it was very enlightening, man. And shout out to the chat room for sticking through with us, because it was so much frequency was so high. Yeah. I think the internet just shut off. It just kicked us off.
It literally did shut off.
Twice.
I was so frustrated with that. My rising in Libra was mad.
Man, and shout out to those who go back and watch it. Whoever missed AA Rashid, he came through and just was man. The chemistry was just going good. It's like we was passing the ball, like we was the Lakers in their prime. You know what I mean? So it was just going on, passing the ball, not the flat.
There you go.
The ball, just passing the energy. It was crazy. It was Dragon Ball Z like. So it was great. And I just want your information. Just tell them your information. You did already, or
yeah. So you guys can reach me out. You can hit me on the gram if you guys want any private bookings or anything like that, or even a private natal chart. You can hit me up on Majestic Marv on the Instagram, or you can hit me up on my email. That's Majestic Arc. That's MAJESTIC ARC ARCH at Gmail, and you can also follow me on my YouTube channel, which is the Majestic Arc as well. And it's a dissemination. I think this is the first podcast that actually launched that. So I like to give homage to all you guys for curating this experience. And shout out to Zen Ben, for orchestrating this. All the ancestors that are part of this experience that we have, and even all the people out there who carry those ancestors in viewership. Let's be the change we want to see.
Facts.
Nice.
Indeed, and that moves us right to the beginning.
We'll have you.
Let's go.
I'll put your info in the description, so people will see. All right. So, Priest, go ahead.
All right, so let's get to the music real quick.
Yeah.
So get up.
All right. So every show we have a segment we call Song Promotions, in which we play tracks submitted by you guys, the viewers. So we're going to go right into it right now. We're going to play some tracks, and then we're going to check it out. All right, Priest, you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. First up, we've got...
You get to judge it, and, tell them the truth.
Yeah. This track is called Come Test Me by Ethics.
Out of 5.
Hey.
4.5 rocket shit. I like that.
On the screen.
Hey. 4.5 you got over there.
Mm-hmm.
What you think, AD?
Sounds cool. Cool beat.
I give it a 4.5 as well. I give it that.
Hey, that's dope.
You know, it has a mood. You know, it has a mood. It has a pocket in the mood. I just heard sniffing noises. Was that from you or anybody out here? Or
the beat?
That's the cat. That's the cat here.
That's the cat. Okay. Okay. But yeah.
Nice. Okay, moving on. Next one is
Caperlingo.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of remind me. The beat would kind of remind me of Cold World.
Oh, okay. You liked it?
Yeah, like that. You know, the joint on the Cold War joint. They got that. Doom, doom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Brothers sing in the sun when get love.
Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's a beat. That's a piece of a beat I've never heard in a long time.
Yeah.
How he synthesized that doom doom. Yeah. That's what it reminded. That's what popped up in my head.
All right. You got to pass on that one. That's dope. But you put it in the whip or throw it out?
Oh, that's in the whip.
That's in the whip.
But you gotta have the right MC on it too, though.
Hey.
All right, next one is Circo 7, God, Light, and Earth Game.
Oh boy, it's really something super fantastic here. You couldn't ever imagine this. Roger, could you go the other way? Go back the other way. Well, it's pretty spectacular. God.
Walking on light beams while entertaining these bright dreams. Swinging on photons in hyperspace with no clothes on. Flying through leptons and neutrons and bosons. All while I'm sitting here. Walking through a past life with a purple sunshine, purple light. And orange colored trees with a bright blue. Walking on red sand so I can take a dip in the gold water.
It's like that scene in The Matrix when Morpheus came up and everyone started dancing.
Indeed. Yeah. What was that party called?
When he went to Zion and started just screaming and everyone started...
The big party.
Yeah, they started partying.
That's exactly what it sounded like. You gotta go like Johnny Arcade too.
Yeah.
Facts. That's the first person popping in my head.
The first steps that I took down on this planet felt wrong, but I stayed strong. This opportunity granted to me now. I'm free now to make the proper connection. To meet folks and greet folks and maintain the protection. To walk right and talk right, convince them that I'm human. But sometimes I be losing.
Oh, I love it.
Maintain the illusion. Weird thoughts and weird things and weird choices I'm choosing. Stop going to the doctor now, cause he don't think that I'm human.
Hey. This guy's transition, man.
Yeah.
Right before our eyes.
Here I am singing on the solar moon. People call it Earth. The other 8 moons sing a different tune. Started from the birth.
I like that.
Listen close, you can hear the melody. 10 entities singing in the key of G. Why can't we cooperate like they do up there? Why do we crucify our own? We need to get dignified and unified, I swear. It's our time we start fucking up our home. When we listen close, you can hear the melody.
Soul channeling.
Yeah, I think this is its own lane too.
Yeah,
Like, you know.
soul channeling, yo.
Yeah.
All right. That was Circo 7, God, Light, and Earth Game. Nice.
Yeah, I like to
Sounds
hear that
cool.
one.
Kind of psychedelic.
Yeah, definitely.
Psychedelic consciousness.
That's a soul channeling.
Yeah.
That was on some other plane, yo.
Yeah, that was another
zone.
plane.
I like
sure.
it. Yeah, that was dope.
All right, ready for the next one? This one is by DJ Robert Borealis. It's a Urafa diss. Urafa was the guy that did the diss track against Priest last Monday.
Oh.
So Aurora,
yeah.
Aurora set up a diss track back at him in retaliation.
Get him.
Straight up.
Rapper diss. What you thought you were gonna get away with it?
Hey.
More love to the Killah Priest show. Wasu, Tahuti, AD, Mojito, all the modulators, big flowers. Peace of the God. Yo, my pen glide on the sheet like Maximus Meridius. Commander of the Army of the East Coast, Brooklyn, New York. General of the Felix Legion, loyal servant to the truth, Emperor, real rap. like Marcus Aurelius, father of a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, hanging from a tree. No more Kissing. First came love, then came marriage, then came the baby and the baby carriage. Captured in slavery, traditional in nature and its past, where it caused a various regional variation. Down the generations, I will have my vengeance in this life for the next. Welcome to my playground. Song, full flash, and the Coliseum. With my spatula sword, gladiators try to serve problem. What do you neck up quick, suck you wish you would've ducked? Oh, what you thinking? Karma really suck. When the table turn, yeah, your turn with the like I gaze from Mount Zion. You floating like a sea lion, sounds like an iron. You softer than nylon.
Yo, that's the most fire that Aurora's ever had in the chat room. You know what I'm saying? I just put the link up there in the chat so y'all could show Aurora Borealis some love out there, yo. Yeah, on BandLab.
He put a bomb inside his lunchbox.
Yeah.
I still want you to lower those samples, though, man. I still want to raise your vocals and lower those samples.
Yeah,
he was riding. He rolled.
He's a soldier, though.
Yeah, he is a soldier.
Yeah.
All right.
Came through with that B-52 and just was like,
yeah,
open the door.
Yeah. Boom.
Drop baby boy.
Yeah, that was fire, yo. You know, somebody like Red Sun, I definitely would have thought Red Sun, because Red Sun do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yo, Aurora, that was crazy. Yeah. That was dope. Told that cat. What was his name?
You Rafa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You Rafa.
Next one's a video. This one's by E.L. Smith from Ohio. Track is called Phasing.
Yeah.
Sound like he pouring a tea.
Story. Observation. Experience.
Early morning, I lift outside my body. I roam, I hear voices chatter talking, but I'm the only one home. I hear radio tunes, see people standing around. I'm standing at my doorway, yet I'm still laying down. Time is irrelevant now. My music traveler's thought, aerial view of the earth. My point of reference is not a fractal pattern appears. I know nothing of fear. A growling entity shows up and I get right in its ear. I'm not afraid of you here, whether you're near or you're far. Took it out into space, threw it into a star. It exploded to dust with flickering light and blue smoke. I've seen a flash in an instant, in my bed I awoke. I fell asleep in the car, outside of the job. Early for work, late my head back for a nod. Outside of the car, looking up at the clouds. They turn violet and blue. I hear buzzing, it's loud. Then sudden it quiets. No sound, the tetrahedron forms around me that I rise from the ground. I see in a tunnel to my right, to my peripheral sight. I move through it, tingling, my body turns into light. I ran into an old friend. Wait a minute, I thought you died. I guess so. Well, let's go for a ride. He said nothing technically dies. There's no such thing as time. I knew this was a dream in the back of my mind. He said a dream that's misleading. You'll see clear as day. You got everything you need, but don't give it away. I said, wait, what do you mean? In an instant, he was gone. I woke up to a beautiful voice singing a song.
All right, give it up. That is E.L. Smith from Ohio. Phasing.
Vocals, I think, clean it up a bit, you know. But definitely cool message, you know.
Yeah, I like that joint. It was hard. The beat was knocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like where it was going.
I think it could have been better. You know what I mean? It's hard to do when you're doing because it was like a little story at the end.
Yeah.
And, you know, we on a podcast, so it was hard to kind of really like get into the story.
Yeah.
But I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The lyrics could have used a little work, but it's a 5 out of 5 for the beat.
Okay, yeah, beat was crazy. The beat was crazy.
Yeah, the beat was cool.
You know, it's funny, I do music too.
Oh, where?
Hey,
you know.
I heard you're an ill freestyler.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay. I like making music.
We got a voltage controller track we could play later. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Next one is by Snatch Dollars. It's called Get It From Poppy.
Snatch Dollars.
Oh, shit. Am I having an error over here? Let's try again. Let's try this. No, I'm getting an error. Snatch Dollars, you're going to have to resend me that MP3. because it is not playing, and I got VLC, so you know it's got to be playing.
Shout out to Black Diamond. I know you see him coming.
I got Black Diamond's music here too.
Yeah, I
Black
see him.
Diamond in the building.
Yeah, he came to the show.
Yeah. When he come to the show?
Came with me and YDB.
Oh, word?
Yeah, he came up there and ripped the stage. Him and C1s, he came up there and ripped the stage. Shout out to Black Diamond.
Well, speaking of Black Diamond, we'll just get right to it now then. So Snatch Dollars, hit me up. Send me that MP3 again because it didn't work. We're going to go straight to Black Diamond since Priest brought him up. Here it is called The Black Priest.
The Black
Let it go.
Hey.
This your boy Wolfgang. Drew Whiff on the beat. This is the magnum opus. The contradiction. Killah Priest. Souls. Yeah. And the infamous.
Black Diamond, the contradiction, spitting shit causing friction, pitching knowledge to fear with clear diction. But sometimes I won't lie, I talk about some shit that's on the low chakra level. It's time to talk about the devil and the Lord, and how positive and negative creates life, and the real meaning of the Christ, the afterlife and all that. See, let's take it back. Now let's keep it here. Why this mind here? It's time to connect and elevate the game. Let's make a new lane with the educated and brothers that do bang. We all seen how they did Barack Hussein. We all monkeys to them. I wanna send something through them when I see them about to buck. I set them up quick, cause I got knowledge of self and I tell them suck dick. They say I rhyme like a bully talking tough shit, but every line is defined. I'm sure in time you love it, beloved.
Yeah, Killah Priest. How we do? You know what I mean? As time goes by, an eye for an eye, we in this together, son, your beef is mine. So long as the sunshine can light up the sky, so long as a blunt roll, we can get high. The brother too slow, as police drove by, tried to cover up the holes, please don't die. Feeling the blister cold, asking God why. I stood up, my face froze, my mind rewind. Slavery, war, some show bravery. Got us like Christ, how the firstborn babies. World is crazy, maybe it was the 80s. They got off safety, hand was shaky, don't make me. Have you looked at our boys and girls lately? The president's the devil, con artist when I market. Buy bread, turns it into metal. Christ bled because of shekels, his blood spread through the ghettos. Shoot them all that hate minorities. USA under Satan's authority.
Memory of an elephant I never forget. Doctor told me I wouldn't walk, but now I walk with a limp. And my legs so good, I still walk with a stick. Better watch how you moving or get hit with a clip. Your time is ticking, but my rollie is silent. I was toting heavy Glocks, ain't promoting the violence. Ain't don't gotta do no fighting, send my homies, they wildin'. But I'm chillin' like a villain, making profit off talent. Think the devil with my soul, but God won't let me go. I be sipping on the spirits, add some ice to make it cold. Mama told me I was blessed, ain't no need to carry tech. You can use that same energy to get me out the checks. And I started to believe it, started writing all this ether. Late night sessions, fire coming out the speakers. And I thinking I'ma blow, and my father on the road. Flooded rollie up with diamonds, now my wrist is looking fro.
Black Diamond and Killah Priest. The track was called The Black Priest.
Hey, shout out to Black Diamond once again, brother. Yeah.
So he has another one he submitted
Let's do it.
by Black Diamond. This one is called Dope Rhyme Sayer.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? It's KRS One. I'm chillin' with the one and only Black Diamond.
Dope.
He's hard too.
Hey, yo.
Shout out to Dave Florence, he was with us out at the show.
I love beats like this.
Just a beat?
I don't know. A verse should be right here though. And for
been on that positive, the livest kid when my saliva spit like rocks from lava pits. If apocalypse, tell me who's stopping this. Soon as I'm dropping it, they mocking it. My quotes are good for the throat, like lozenges. A prime source like optimism. Yo, metropolis, I built it, topple it, can't even chill on the block. They calling cops and shit, but smile while watching it. The Dallas ticking, clocking it. The angel that I'm with, that lost his shit, but I keep them tight like Randy Moss's grip. Before them boys cook it up, they came in offered it. They forgive up for that, it's all for shit. This all shit ripping you off the cliff. Your life is no longer prosperous. Sometimes they let you glow like oxygen and phosphorus.
sorceress. Don't let me start my shit, cause I'm the son and anything less is preposterous. You with the shit, I spit a dot, my click and spark that shit. Or sit and jock it while I'm rocking it, cause you could be a Mac.
Dope rhyme sayer.
Yo, that's hard.
Yeah.
Dope rhyme sayer. I like
Black
that.
Diamond, yo. That was fire.
Yup.
Fire.
Okay. So we got one by Anton the Bomb.
Hey.
It's another diss track to that dude. I already forgot his name.
Oh, it's a rap.
Yeah,
Get him. Oh, his cat. He played his joint. He paid for us to play his joint. When we played it, it was a diss song to me.
What?
Hilarious.
Yeah, it was the first ever diss track. Now everyone's attacking them. Yeah.
Hey, you see, that's how karma works.
Yeah. You said it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Here we go. Anton the
What were
Bomb.
you thinking in that moment you decided you would go into that motherfucking vocal booth? What got a hold of you? What was it?
Already
Try to
done.
tell me you were sober, stupid ass. Time to
Already
roast this gooch. Yo. This is Anton the Bum. We're living in the age where little stands wanna run their lips knowing they're unequipped. You're not camera on a pun, not even clicking 2 syllables. Nah, you're done. You got it misconstrued if you think that shit was groundbreaking. You ain't even put a chip into the foundation. Priest, give me the word and I'll annihilate him. This cloud chasing, clown hating, that's a violation. You sound shaking like an outpatient trying to quit. Arms looking like a Dalmatian. High as the pitch of your voice, I bet this wild bass in that pipe that you hit. This grown man talk, we don't need mice in the mix. Sounding all emotional like some type of a bitch. Sounding all emotional like some type of a bitch. Sounding like a bitch. Your name will rock for Mary Mark. Cowards trying to diss. This hate is washed up and barely started. It's time to switch professions. You did your best and it was still trash. Your fam should sit you down and have an intervention. You're spitting less than average bars. You thought that shit's impressing anyone, and that's a misconception. Time to get some lessons. You're disrespecting a living legend. You stupid fuck standing in the intersection right in front of a moving truck. I used the DuckDuckGo search engine, but nothing showed up. And so I broke my own rules and I tried on Google, but neither one of them know who it was. Are you even a rapper or just some cranky baby bitch who's in need of a nap? You're lucky it was me that attacked, cause being as whack as you are, you ought to bow to priest and sit at the feet of the master.
Damn. Damn. That shit was fire.
I just got the when he heard mice, or when he heard mice,
Yeah.
he was right by the TV.
Yeah.
He wants to eat some mice.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it was.
Yo, that was
it's
fire.
Over.
Anton the Bomb. That was fire.
That
yo.
was fire right there.
Hell yeah.
It's over, yo.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh man, that was it.
You killed it. I got nothing else to say. Anton the Bum, you killed it, man. That's
Bad.
fire. Hell yeah. I love the energy too.
Yo, he just slayed him in the first 4 bars to me.
Yeah.
I don't know what that dude was thinking, man. He should have just went and walked inside of a demolition site.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
let me just sit in the middle of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, it's just like when what's his name, Machine Gun Kelly dissed Eminem. Do you know what I'm saying? He was poking at him so that he can get some recognition. It's clout chasing. It's clout chasing, you know. But
Machine Gun Kelly kind of got it.
Machine Gun Kelly was better than the dude that tried to diss Priest. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it was super whack. Like the rhymes.
It was the idea that let me attack the best of the best and get some notoriety or something. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man,
all he did was make himself an enemy. But
we played the whole thing too.
Yeah,
yeah. Let him get it off. Get your blows, man. Get your blows.
All right, this next one is by the Mark of Buddha, the guy who made the beat for the Warrior Dance.
Did you
track.
fix K9?
We're gonna fix K9's tonight. K9's verse is a little bit off. We're gonna adjust it tonight. I'm gonna re-upload the Warrior Dance track.
Come on, you know K9.
Yeah,
fire.
We gotta make that track flawless.
Another Leo dude. So we got a bunch of Scorpios and Leos in the building, yo.
Yeah, man.
Shout outs to all the Leos
Sag.
and Scorpios.
Fire and water.
Word.
Okay, here we go. This next track's by Mark of Buddha. It's called A Flying Carpet Over Kemet.
The Mark of Buddha. Shout out to the Mark of Buddha.
It's the Mark of Buddha.
And that is A Flying Carpet Over Kemet.
Hey.
It's a beat.
Oh, they don't see the cat, right?
I guess this is what you listen to when you're on a flying carpet across across Kemet, right?
I can show you the It definitely sounds like he's in the sky. You can hear the air. It's appropriately named.
It's the Markavoo.
See?
Yeah, I can see.
A beat like this, as abstract as it is, Priest would make it sound amazing.
Yeah.
To spit in his poetry.
Yeah. You know, this beat sound like I can hear Andre 3000 on this beat.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Or like Prince on this beat.
Yeah. I meant to fade it out, but I hit the M button. A Flying Carpet Over Kemet by Markabuda.
The Markabuda.
Cool. Like
yeah, I would that was a strange beat. You know what I mean? I would like to just sit down and listen to that a little bit more. You know what I mean? Sit and listen to it.
You have to meditate on that.
Yeah.
See what story comes out.
Yeah, exactly. But definitely do something to that. Yeah.
All right. Next one is by Almighty Doe from Hartford, Connecticut. Track is called Edification.
I like the wind. I don't know. It was like something I was trying to get.
Yeah.
It's a video.
I'm just a real nigga, you cannot buy this. Loyalty, that shit is priceless. If I say it, then I mean it on my king shit. She really let me give her semen. I'm at war fighting demons. Sticking to the script, don't get put in the dirt. About my father's business, demons disperse. Destroyer of evil, watch me take them to church. Hosea 4:6, are you living a curse? Salah. Hallelujah. Salah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's kind
Yo,
of
I kind of like this.
Yeah.
Oh God, I like the hook.
Right?
Hallelujah. Serving the most high is how I'm living my life. Perilous times, they living grimy and trite. Self-preservation, cause these bitches ain't right. What's done in the dark can't be hid from the light. Frontin' like you know me, you a fucking hype. I don't know you, get a fucking life. I know you told too, they almost gave him life. Fuck what you heard, I'm a different type. Big Bible, gold pages, see the red, that's Christ. One mouth, two ears, better listen twice. Live like a menorah chain, swing mask light. Automatic, start the chariot before I take flight. Got what you need, I could shoot you a price. Multiple incomes, make sure the family is right. Work I put in, plug supply me for life. It's a good thing if you find you a wife. I'm just a real nigga, you cannot buy this. Loyalty, that shit is priceless. If I say it, then I mean it on my king shit. She really let me give her semen. I'm at war fighting demons. Sticking to the script, don't get put in the dirt. About my father's business, demons disperse.
All right, give it up. Almighty DOE, Edification, Von Doe.
Yeah, that's in the whip.
That's dope.
Yeah, it was hard.
That shit is some indica music.
Yeah, it is indica.
And that shit sound like if I was to take Crazy Bone and slow him all the way down. Just listen to him or what he talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Yeah. And it's real like biblical and and it's like
in the voice, right?
Yeah, it's real biblical and it's like
and it's gritty.
Yeah, it's real gritty. Real gritty. Yeah.
Nice. All right, next one is by Cola Zone. It's called Master of the Universe.
Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Don't mind if I take it. Everything is mine for the taking. Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Yeah. Don't mind if I take it. Make you kneel when I take it. Gold medallions in the gold chalice. My drink heavy, I can't hold balance. I keep sweating like I'm free scaling a Tanzanian mountain. Reach my peak, too much CO. Clouds taste like smoke. I can't breathe like I can't believe the price of a human being is so dang low. They dead folks for notes with dead folks. He was 14, left dead before the sun woke. Yeah, it's like we living in the afterlife. So much evil in people, they lack the value of life. So I entice like Shyamalan night. Cause all I hear is bragging rights with shallow insights. Yeah, I went from charcoal to graphite to this iPad sitting on my lap to type. But y'all ain't shit without that battery life. Take the masses' advice. There's no accent price for paradise. Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Don't mind if I take it. Everything is mine for the taking. Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Yeah. Don't mind if I take it. Make you kneel when I take it. You giving up your rights first. They pass laws just to show you what your rights worth. Eating caviar with calamar. They sniffing up an iceberg. Listening to Mozart. Getting blown by a chick from his wife's work. Don't be deluded by the nice tie, white shirt. We first to be excluded like our life don't have a worth. Meanwhile we work and work to assure them lights work. Or the look flying splurge when the moonlight occurs. I wish the ratio was vice versa, but the truth hurts. Bad like a Donatello stab to the nads. Word. Can't trust a bird unless Polly want a polygraph while she twerk. The only truth be in the bottom half while she squirts. Shit, body was an hourglass, ass around 30 hertz. 10 decibels with the bell curve. Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Don't mind if I take it. Everything is mine for the taking. Everything is mine for the taking. The universe ain't mine. Don't mind if I take it. Yeah. Don't mind if I take it. Make you kneel when I take it.
Yo, that was straight fire right there. I loved it. That was great, and he's got a good voice. I feel like he's gonna be big. Do you know what I'm saying? I was feeling that. What you think?
Got the visuals was perfect, delivery was cool, and also the message is very unique, and he blended it, and I like it. You know,
yeah,
it definitely got me rocking.
It's mine for the taking.
Is exactly. It builds that ego up too.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know? We got to be the masters of our universe.
It was some Mars Venus energy right there.
Definitely a lot of Mars and a lot of Venus, which
with the money,
which is one thing a lot of people don't really respect. Like currency it's not evil, it's energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
current.
it's your current.
It's the current, right?
It's that stream of water as well. You know, that ability to manifest.
It's those Tauruses.
Correct. Correct.
Paper.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. I like the flow better than I did the hook.
I like the flow better. The hook was a cool message, but definitely the flow was on it though. Yeah.
What you think, Priest?
You know, some MCs when you could tell by the first 4 bars that when they get on, they first start spitting, you know it's gonna be special. And that was one of those times. It's like, okay, yeah, he just had the voice, he had the everything.
His name was Cola Zone.
Cola Zone.
And you know, I'm a fan of cola.
Yeah.
So I'm all about that. Hell yeah, good name. Okay, good. Thanks for submitting that, Cola Zone. Submit again. Next one we got is by 12 Joules. And the track is called, he's from Denver, Colorado.
I'm about to say, I know 12 Joules.
Yeah.
From San Diego.
12 Joules. And the track is called The Take Back.
Yo, son. Tell them what you told me. We've always been tight.
I'm a man and just be shy.
You know what I mean? We tired, yo. It's a take back. Let them know, son.
I'm a man and just be shy.
Life on this plane is inhumane. In these communities we call public domains. Harlots looking for pimps with the sugar cane. They get laid down like some polyurethane. Excuse me, I'm sipping on some blue vervain. It's 12 joules of metaphorical mechanic, exposing subterranean bases and ritual magic. They call these ones the inorganic, psychopathic scenes that are straight graphics. Step out of that trauma-based mind control, quagmires of confusion. They lost souls, 01 Mayday, son. Binary codes, data systems and downloads, north and south poles. Titles taken within title roles, new rules set within loopholes. Hate crimes overload with no heart, mind, body, peace, and soul. Don't tell them what you told me. They try to mold me and control me. This world is colder than the snow be. Yo, son, we tight like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Don't tell them what you told me. They try to mold me and control me. This world is colder than the snow be. Yo, son, we tight like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm taking back what was once mine. Let your power shine from CO to Palestine. It's World War III on the front lines. 1-800 free your mind. We can't destroy light by physical means. Demonic government regimes, adrenochrome, sadistic extremes. Wake up, it's all a dream. We were once kings and queens in this game of life, son. Diagnosed, creativity thrives on what the brain fears most. Insanity and tragedy from coast to coast. RNA genes provoke. There's a thin line between love and hate, and spitting kill shots through your mixtape. From the front range to the Bering Strait, mankind robbed of its common sense. Terror, hate, deceit, Department of Defense. We were born into captivity with no self-defense. Don't tell them what you told me. They try to mold me and control me. This world is colder than the snow be. Yo, son, we tight like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Don't tell them what you told me. They try to mold me and control me. This world is colder than the snow be. Yo, son, we tight like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'll never stop fighting for what's right. 7 sealed stargates, the inner light. Traffic lights, dinners with the candlelights. Honesty is the policy, freedom, equality. Technical forms, terminology. Characteristics, psychology. Most can't be trusted. We need the right laws of freedom and justice. Judges, lawyers, politicians, they straight busted. Civilians disapprove, they really disgusted. It's knowledge itself with a capital S, while the beast wants.
All right, that was 12 Joules from Denver, Colorado. The Take Back. Good production. Sounds good. Good mix. Like the mastering. It's nice. What you think?
You want me
Yeah.
double verse? The flow is nice, but the hook, Obi-Wan, it was too goofy for me, bro.
You're not a Star Wars fan?
Nah, not to that point. But I mean, the flow is tight. It just, to me, it's like you should have picked a better hook than that, because it was like you wrote that hook down, as opposed to what you felt when you was listening to the beat. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely on delivery on the hook. I think timing, he could have been more in pocket, in general. But the verses were good. But yeah, the hook needed to gravitate me, because he's saying a lot of valuable stuff.
Yeah.
But the hook should get me back to engaging towards the content. So that's just my feedback.
Yeah, that's not in the web.
Shout out to Mighty Hebrew. I see you in the building.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Mighty Hebrew's dope.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with everybody out here. Yeah, I agree with y'all. It's like, yo, just keep going.
Yeah, true indeed.
Just keep making your music. And, sit down with your engineer and make sure, the hook is tight before you let it go. I think it could have been a little bit more tighter.
Yeah.
But the words was dope. So I just agree with y'all. Let's go.
Nice. Okay, next one is by Fix, F-I-X-X. The track is called The Last Feast.
This is what the fuck it do. This is what it is. Don't know if it would be something else, but for now, this is what it is. I guess time will change this shit, but for now,
Mr. Motherfucker on the power trip chicken. I can never be a sucker nigga. Why the fuck not? Just cause the fuck not. Wipe the fuck out, then write the fuck out. No time to fuck around. Money is the least 100 grand and leg money. Just waiting for the beast to fun stop. Until the fun stop. The real with the buckshot. Mahogany board stop. The pump with the buckshot. The pump with the buckshot. The never come up shot. The complicated cop corruption. The red rum and lemonade. They make it feel so good to a living this fine with 112 gauge boom. Ball up like Sonic Slug ball with some hot flips on it. That's beef fresh steak with a fake face on it. Let's eat, checkmate, move your bitches over. Fuck 12s, nigga. I can't stand these motherfuckers around me. No, 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 no. Murder red rum, bring that shit already, already. It's about time we get down already, already. I'm ready. I'm up in seeking to be smoking Mystic Motherfucker on a power trip checking. I can never be a sucker nigga. Why the fuck not? Just cause the fuck not. Wipe the fuck out, then write the fuck out. No time to fuck around. Money is the least 100 grand and leg money. Just waiting for the beast to fun start until the fun stop. For real with a full stop. Mahogany butt stop. The pump with a buckshot. The double O buckshot. They never come up shot. Like complicated cop corruption. The red rum and lemonade. They make it feel sweet to eliminate all this swing with 112 gauge boom. Ball up like Sonic Slug ball with some hot flames on it. Let's be fresh steak with a pig face on it. Let's eat, checkmate, motherfucker, move your bitch ass over. Fuck 12s, nigga. Oh, are you ready? Yeah, are you ready? I'm ready, cause I'm ready to bring this motherfucking thing and take it all away. I'm ready to blow my gauge. It's about the time I bring these flames to the beast, to the beast. Bring the beef, we gon' have a feast with the beast, with the beast. Ah, shit. Cause I go, cause I go, cause I go, cause I go in, cause I go, cause I go, cause I go in, cause I go. What the fuck does a nigga gotta do to keep these fools in check? Press on them with some Kobe 7 zooms on their neck. Apply the extra pressure till they at their last breath. Till there's nothing left but a leap of faith to your death. Into a plane that you thought was the end and wasn't ready for takeoff as soon as it land. Kamikaze like, more murder like Eminem. Like G trying to reach for the shoot in the jam like nigga.
Alright, that was Fix, The Last Feast. Yo, I like how epic it is. I like the beat. I like the choir. I like beats like that. I like your verse too. The only thing it is that because it's such a big beat, I would add another layer. You know what I'm saying? You got a good solid, single layer there. Like, come down with it. I would like do some stereo chorus action in that. That's just a matter of preference. That's how I would do it. I like how you did it, but I would put another layer up there just to add to the grand epic thing on the hook at least. You know what I'm saying? So I would just add another layer because man, you went all the way through like on one track. You know what I'm saying? It's like one single layer. Go ahead, Freeze. What happened?
No, go ahead. Let me
Y'all act like somebody fought it over there.
Go ahead.
It's the chat room.
Oh, the chat room. I missed it.
The chat room is crazy.
It definitely sounded like somebody's last feast for sure.
Oh, okay.
It was a cool song, yo. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just shows you, man, how, you know what I'm saying, influential we are over there. You know what I'm saying? It's because it's like...
He sounded like he was from Africa or something.
Yeah, that sounded like some African trap music.
Like African Meek.
You know what I'm saying? He like, fuck 12. I'm thinking to myself, like, y'all really got 12 over there? I don't know if y'all got...
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But... in any, you know what I'm saying, sense, you know what I'm saying, he feel our pain over here, you know what I'm saying? I respect that, you know what I mean?
That's real. That's real. That's real. Definitely. I'll look, it's funny coming from, New York and I'm hearing the influence. I'm like, he sound African, right? Mm-hmm. And he really was going off though. Like I was hearing it. I was like, yo, this is it was funny to me because, it took me by surprise. I got African homies out in New York and things like that. So
he got a few other songs too. He ain't been on here before, huh? Too, AD.
Yeah.
He got a few other songs, so I've listened to him, yo. You know what I'm saying? He got
definitely got to master the joint, I would say. And also his delivery on the second time when he repeated the verse had more energy. I woke up after the second one.
I would just add another layer on top of that one.
Yeah.
Just to bring it out with the stereo effect.
It's good to hear some more grime style stuff.
Yeah.
A little bit more heavy lyrical content.
The music video would be crazy on that one. That's all I'm saying.
Indeed.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, I messed up with with looking at the chat room.
Oh yeah, Priest look at the chat. Y'all make Priest laugh on that chat room, y'all. Y'all get crazy.
There's certain things like when you hit certain, because it was a dope style. It was different. It reminded me, like African or reggae or something like that.
Yeah,
you
like see the influence he had.
Yeah, exactly. You know? But certain words, it's hard to sing it. You know what I mean?
Hey, you guys judge the artistry, no matter what it sounds like. I'm just gonna tell you how it sounds engineering wise. I'm just here to talk about the mix, the mastering, and the layers. You know what I'm saying?
So I wasn't laughing at your song, man. I was laughing at the chat room because they just crazy. Yeah, they ruthless. They ruthless. All right, let's do it.
Okay. So Black Intelligence from Philadelphia submitted a track called "Change in the Cup," but
that's Red Sun.
Yeah, okay, but there's a video. It says unavailable, Red Sun. So you got to send me the updated link. If you can send that in the next 10 minutes, I'll be able to play it. Otherwise, I'll have to play it on Monday. But yeah, it came out to be it says video unavailable. This video's been removed by uploader. So send me the updated version of that track, "Change in the Cup." Okay, so this last one we have is by Voltage Controller.
Barbie, man, yeah.
Shout out to the Scorpio.
Yeah.
Scorpio too, and Voltage Controller.
Oh, he is, huh? That's right. It's not a Scorpio.
Word.
Okay, let's see. Where did I put it?
Shout out to Vultures. He was with us too at the show. Black Diamond killed it, man. Let's see one.
Here we go. Hold up. This doesn't look like it's playing back at the right time. Let's see. Well, let me try this again. 1 second. Here we go.
Voltage Controller. Ghetto Gandalf, the wizard.
What you think, Majestic? You want to freestyle?
Oh, yeah. See, I'm already exhausted for it, but yeah. It's about time we plant the seed for the green. Build a forest off that from space to the scene. Martin Luther King had a dream, but we had a vision. Started from a beat, built a flow, then a rhythm. Gotta listen to our inner visions. No admitting, no admission. Gotta avoid omissions of these cosmic lists. I'll bring more back later. Action.
Freestyle on the KP, yo, podcast. Got more?
Pressure's up now. I'm in front of the legend right here.
Yo, let's do it.
This is hard though.
You got that 16?
I'm gonna drop it one day,
I'll be
ready.
Oh, I got raised, but
oh, you ready? Go in the rig. Yeah, spit it. Shout out to Planet Asia. They went crazy on this track. Shout out to Donkey. Ghetto Gandalf once again.
Yo, man, you could do verses on astrology. Say like you talk with no apology. Bring the property. Top hat monopoly. I'm rocking 3. Fast and furious, delirious, Sagittarius. I'm curious, I'm never nervous with this.
Yo, you heard him on the Warriors dance?
Yeah, get it down. Yeah, he got flows.
But yo, Voltage Controller's beats bring it out of you.
The wizard.
This is where we at. Light it up. Last Dragon.
Yeah.
Mighty
Straight fire. Thank you for all the submissions out there. If you guys are interested in submitting your tracks, go to this link right there, killerpriest.tv/song promo.
Right.
For a minute and a half, it's $25, or for 3 minutes, $50. And we'll like judge your track and give you a shout out. If it's a music video, we'll put the link up on the screen, into the chat room, and that's that. So submit that. If you guys submitted a submission just recently, I'll play it on Monday. What day is today?
Today is
Wednesday, right? Yeah. I'll play it on Monday.
We gotta do something special because when I talk to Nori tomorrow, we gotta put something up. You know what I mean? Hey.
What's it say?
Funkiness.
That's all of a cat.
Yeah, funkiness. Nice vibe to get up and fly. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the Kingman, Kevin.
Yo, I gotta get out of here. Yo, it's been great. It's been wonderful. Shout out to you see that, right? Shout out to shout out to AA Rashid once again, the Majestic. Yo,
appreciate it.
Go check out your
dropping the jewels.
Shout out to Footprints. You know what I mean? Celebrate his birthday is coming up, so we're gonna do it up. And everybody, yo, Zen, good looking for that. For everybody that came through. Shout out for Nori team for reaching out. You know what I'm saying? And then shout out to the best chat room on the internet. Shout out to True Mass. Anybody want to shout out?
Man, shout out, you know what I'm saying? Go check my site out, you know what I'm saying? Jewels from the Throne.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Check my IG page out. Go to Kwabu the Way You Land Project. Man, got tremendous work, man. Oh, yeah, I went to go saw Santana. Shout out to Santana. Drove all the way to Houston and checked out Santana.
Yeah, we got to hear about that story.
Yeah.
Next,
he just had two twins, yo. He just had two twins.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Shout out, congratulations to him. You know what I'm saying? To him and his family, yo. Straight up and down. Good brother, man. Very good brother. Super intelligent, man. A genius, yo. Santana certified a genius, man. It's not even an if or maybe.
Okay, you dig it. All right.
Shout out to everyone out here. Shout out to you, Killah Priest,
thank you,
for creating such a platform, and also I want to give a shout out to everyone who observed today's lesson. This insight that just came towards you guys. Just utilize it towards the highest vibration. You guys can catch me in Majestic Marv on Instagram, or the Majestic Arc on YouTube, and just keep living your life.
Can we have you back?
Absolutely. If you guys if you guys welcome me, I'll definitely come back, and I'll have the lungs to freestyle if anything.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll be dope, man. So you haven't met Tahuti yet.
Yeah.
It'd be crazy. Yo, it'd be
We got
crazy.
Tahuti on Monday, I think, right?
Indeed. All right, y'all. Yo, AD Land of Rocket. Chat room. Bye. Summer Inn Cafe. Make sure y'all go get the Summer Inn Cafe. Make sure the shirts they sell it out fast. And we'll have the vinyl soon. What you want to say? Summer Inn Cafe.
Summer Inn Cafe, man. You know, that joint is fire, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
Vapor, water.
Yeah, what's the video? We're going to do the video soon on the 28th. Shout out to my man, Bo. You know what I'm saying? A couple of people that reached out. Red Sun, we heard you.
Shout out to this tea right here, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I want to bring this up here. This was delicious, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, man. Y'all see the new KP? We working on the new tea right now. Killah Priest tea.
And this is, I had the Midori.
I got this one.
Oh, okay.
That's that, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. The Midori. Word. But it's same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, y'all.
Salute.
So we'll see you guys on Monday.
Vegas. Who this? Bragadino?
Yeah.
Shout out to Bragadino, man.
Let's rap on planet Earth. Next chapter I have is work with Killah Priest. Santos' curse is gone. I've risen from the ashes in the dirt. It's Aquarius. No longer is our path is to search for an ash just to squirt. When my bad didn't work, with that's how y'all sound. Gotta raise the kundalini with humming sounds. Do it when no one's around. Yoga mat, stretch them limbs, get loose, let your mind be still. Reboot and reset the computer and delete some programs. Any unuseful tools, affirmations I can and I am. Through breathing exercises, heaven is inside us. God's angels, let them guide us to the light. The sun's orange because this realm's the lowest chakras. Will and love, your energy rises. When you die, go up, and now you're green. And the alien, the skies turn purple. Crystals everywhere in the earth with toe texts and Egyptians dwell. Christians fail to realize that God is within, but they find it when they worship Jesus. Either way they win. If it keeps them good people, defeats the grim reaper. Father time, Saturn hexagram, the great sewer of life. The primordial waters where life recycles. Except for us, the chosen become righteous in the cycles and ascend. Like Michael, the archangel of balance. My eye, left to right, hemispheres become balanced. And our wings flap, we turn green and transform the dragons. When we reach our full potential, greatest versions of ourselves. When our bodies die, souls go to heaven. So let's search within ourselves. You could do it, I did it, look at me. There's no me, you are me, I am you. God is true, not a fairy tale, but beautiful as one. Through the heart we transcend any evil that's been done in the past. Linear time is all now, there's no future, only hope. Dope is dopamine that exists inside the brain. So does DMT and the pineal gland inside the brain. When you hum, it stimulates electric impulses in the brain and wakes it up and allows the baby dragon to grow inside the egg. Cymatic sound frequencies, waves of high frequencies. Peace, no grief, just let go of the drama you can't control. Everything, just let go of the power. Back to the mama, heavenly Father.
And this will be a big day for aspirations, friendships, humanitarian concerns, science, and a great leap forward for humanity. But again, I stress, this will be for those who are ready, who have walked the path, and who are of that frequency.